Duke had never defeated a ranked team opening the season ever. 0-13. That all changed tonight. Cameron Crazies moved locations tonight, and Duke football is no joke. And we've said it all season. Didn't necessarily predict this, didn't necessarily forecast this, but certainly I was on the side of 13 points and thought it would be an interesting game. Thought Clemson would be too difficult to deal with in the trenches, too strong, lean on the running game, dominate up front, use the superior athleticism. But Clemson goes down in this one at Duke 28-7. So this is the deal, folks. We are live here at the Voice of College Football on the Clemson channel, also on their main national channel. And we're live, and we're with our two Clemson guys right here, Jordan Bowman and Tiger Paw Craven. We appreciate them being here, and they deliver Clemson postgame. If you're not aware, for those of you that are watching on the national channel, these two get together every Thursday night for Clemson football talk, and that's at 7 o'clock typically. It's 7 o'clock Eastern time every Thursday night, and postgame Clemson Tigers. Guys, I know you didn't anticipate this, and I wish we could meet under better circumstances, but I'll certainly chime in on the Duke side from time to time, but you guys can take it away and just treat this like you would your normal post-game show. So take it away, guys.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to start with saying congrats to Duke. And I want to give kudos to that team, that Mike Elko, that coaching staff. They played a hell of a game today. Did not expect this. I think, in our pregame show, we both, me and Tiger Paul Craven, we both predicted Clemson to win by, 2 scores at least. Just a lot had been made about this Clemson team and the offense. The offensive, renaissance, or per se, bringing in Garrett Riley, inserting Kay Klubnik at starting quarterback, and the returns, throughout the spring and fall were all positive. You heard, the guys were enjoying, they were having fun playing in this offense. And you didn't see any of that tonight.
Nope.
I was pretty shocked. And if any of you guys that have been following me on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it knows that I said some pretty strong stuff about this program while the game was going on. And it wouldn't be the first time, but this might be the most I've ever meant it. The credibility of this coaching staff is pretty much at zero at this point. And you just have to think, Clemson just proved all the doubters and the critics of Dabo Swinney the last few seasons, the offensive struggles, the poor quarterback play, the fall from grace. We just proved them all right tonight. And, it is what it is. And I think Clemson fans are going to have to recalibrate their expectations for this program, at least moving forward for now, because I think this staff, I think Dabo himself has to earn the trust of this fan base again. I think he pretty much lost it. And I think some of the decisions and some of the lack of decisions that have been scrutinized over the last few years have reared its ugly head tonight. And I'm off my soapbox. You can go ahead, Craven.
I'm going to echo a lot of the stuff that you're saying, Jordan. I didn't see any of the things that you posted on Twitter tonight. However, this team is nowhere near where we thought they were going to be heading into this season as a fan base. I'm just going to be completely honest. Tonight caught me completely off guard. And you can say that I was running through the offseason with orange-colored glasses, and that I was believing too much in Garrett Riley's offense and Dabo's ability to turn this program in the right direction because it seemed like that he had made the right moves. However, all those questions are completely on the table tonight. This was an absolute beatdown by the Duke Blue Devils. This game was one of the worst games I've seen Clemson play, and that's saying something over the past 2 seasons. I'm talking, you can go back to last season when Notre Dame completely bodied Clemson and out-physicaled them for an entire game. This loss is worse than that to me. Being down on the 5-yard line or the 1-yard line 2 times and turning the ball over on simple handoffs to the running back or, missed handoffs, miscommunications, whatever you want to call it, it's inexcusable. This team played terrible. Cade Klubnik, there's some big question marks there for Cade Klubnik. As much as we thought that he would be, QB1, he would definitely take this offense in a step in the right direction. He did not look well throwing the ball, especially early in this game. Clemson looked completely ill-prepared for this game. I didn't like some of the play calling in certain points of the game. That's ill-important. I'm not an offensive coordinator in major college football, so it is what it is. My opinion as a fan doesn't really take much weight there. However, this Clemson team that trotted out on the field in week 1, you're right, Jordan. We need to recalibrate our expectations for this Clemson team because they are not who we thought they were coming into this season based off of this game. And I know it's week 1 of college football, and this is literally overreaction weekend for college football. Everybody overreacts to everything in college football, but more so in week 1 than any other week. This was not a good game. The defensive secondary of Clemson's defense looked vulnerable at a lot of points tonight. Our pass rush could never really get home. Although we pressured Riley Leonard quite a bit in this game, he did a good job of avoiding sacks. He did a good job of throwing the ball away, which is what you expect from a seasoned QB like himself. So that didn't really surprise me much. However, our secondary did not look good. Will Shipley played like an absolute monster. I don't know any more than he could have done. Cade Klubnik did not play well, to put it nicely. Our receivers clearly did not play well tonight. There's been a lot of talk about Clemson's receiving core coming into this season, a lot of question marks, which me and you both, Jordan, refuted time and time again on this channel. But it seems that the question marks are still there. They're not getting separation. There's nowhere to go with the ball. And Cade Klubnik, to be honest, looked uncomfortable in the pocket for majority of the night. Anytime that there was, any sort of collapsing of the pocket, he got what I call the happy feet. He started, dancing around in the pocket and kind of losing its focus downfield and not taking off in certain situations. It was just, look, I don't know what else to say other than this game went about as bad as it could have gone for Clemson, and I was surprised by the outcome. Look, I know how well Duke played. I know how well Duke played last season. I know how well a Mike Elko defense is coached. However, regardless of all, the people in the chat right now probably laughing at us, which, is all welcomed, and they probably should, and it's well deserved. They did not see this performance coming from Clemson either. If you injected them with some truth serum, they would tell you they were nervous heading into this game, even though they were talking, Duke's going to upset Clemson. Everybody out there that predicted Duke to upset Clemson, they were nervous heading into this game. They did not expect Clemson to come out there and play the game that they played. Turnover after turnover, red zone, just ridiculousness, just poor execution, 2 failed field goals, 2 fumbles in the red zone. No one expected that to happen. No one expected that to happen. And hats off to Duke for taking advantage of it. They played hard the entire game. Their defense never quit. They never really let K get comfortable. He never looked like he was throwing the ball super well. And honestly, I don't know where Clemson goes from here.
Real,
We have a couple cupcake games coming up, but honestly, I don't know where we go from here. I expected a lot more out of this team, and we just did not get it tonight.
real quick, guys, I just want to bring across one point because we are focusing on Clemson, and this is about Clemson. It's a Clemson show, Clemson Postgame Live. These guys do it each and every Clemson game, so please join them on the Clemson channel if you're not aware. But I just have to say, Tiger Paw, you brought up Mike Elko. This is astonishing to think. Duke went 1-17 in its previous 18 ACC games. He takes the same roster. Sure, he's had a recruiting cycle, but he takes that roster that went 1-17 against the ACC. He goes 9-4 last year, which is remarkable in and of itself. But on top of that, a lot of coaches will take over really bad programs and they'll elevate them, do a nice job, elevate them. But you'll see like the 8-4. You can see that, okay, the four losses were really ugly. Like they didn't show up every week. You could see where he just kind of was able to squeeze a lot out of them. They didn't lose by more than one score in any game.
No.
They were in every game. They didn't get blown out at all last year like they typically do every other week. On top of that, they came within a holding call against North Carolina of going to the ACC championship game. So they finish off a 9-4 year. Then they come back and do this. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it really is. It really is incredible. And again, I think one of the most striking things about Duke, is just watching them player for player against Clemson. If you were to, take somebody and just that didn't know anything about college football, didn't know anything about the logos about, on either helmet, any of the tradition, the history of either program, and you just, plop them down in that stadium and told them which team looks like the more talented team. I mean, I feel like a lot of people would say Duke, and that I think is probably the biggest indictment on this Clemson program that I think you could possibly say. I mean, we all know about the recruiting classes, and Clemson is on paper they've had really strong recruiting classes and all of that, and the talent that the star rankings of the players on the field should say otherwise, but you didn't see it. I think Duke matched Clemson from a physical standpoint, from a athleticism standpoint, and I think that is the scariest thing if you are a Clemson fan. And for me, it is I think it's a pretty obvious sign that this program is just not what it's been the last 10 years or so. I think that this team has looked even worse than some of the early, even before the Deshaun Watson. You go back to the Taj Boyd led teams, like they didn't have many performances quite like this, and I think that's extremely disappointing. And you just have to wonder, just over the years, all the questions about why does Dabo not want to use the transfer portal? Why is he, taking smaller classes? Why is he doing things this way? Why is he doing things that way? And those were the things that had brought this program to prominence. But in this day and age in college football, with NIL and the transfer portal, and teams being able to, overhaul their roster overnight, like what Deion Sanders just did with Colorado.
Yep.
Dabo's way and philosophy is just not cutting it. And I think that's the reality that I think Clemson fans have to face and reckon with. And like you said, Craven, the next question is where does Clemson go from here? Because in 3 weeks, you have a team in Florida State, Mike Norvell, who has done things, I wouldn't say the complete opposite of how Dabo runs things, but a very stark difference from how Dabo runs his program, who just beat a top 10 LSU team, completely dominated, especially in that second half, dominated a top 10 LSU team. You have them coming to Death Valley. And you were favored, I think, early in the lines. You will not be favored in this game
No,
when the
Clemson
game rolls around.
Clemson's lines are going to shift heavily the rest of the season based off of this week 1 performance, as they should. And to your point, Jordan, this is an indictment on the coaching staff. You cannot say that Clemson is not one of the most talented rosters in the country right now. They are one of the most talented. They're top 5 talent in the country as far as rosters go. They just are. I mean, look at the recruiting rankings. They are a top 5 talent in the country right now. Top 10 at least in the country right now as far as talent on the roster. It's on the it's on the coaches to develop that talent and put them in the best position possible to, win games. And that's clearly not happening. Judging by week 1, we are a long way away from being a formidable team when it comes to the national landscape of major college football. We are so far away from that right now. We don't even need to be talking about that right now. We need to be talking about how are we going to develop from week to week so that we can get better. So by the end of the season, we don't look like we've never practiced a game before. That we don't look like that we have an inept offense that can't move the ball consistently. That we don't have a quarterback that can't complete passes, and we don't have a one-trick pony on offense, which was kind of what Will Shipley was tonight for the most part for Clemson. That we don't have a wide receiver group that cannot get open. And one of the things that I wanted to see most tonight was Clemson attack the middle of the field. And although they did it maybe a couple, 3-4 times tonight, it was never consistent. Just like every other Clemson game that we've watched the past 2 seasons, they do things that you're like, yes, that's exactly what I want to see. That's what we've been missing. And then somehow we stopped doing it. Like, why didn't we attack the middle of the field more? Why did Jake Brenningstool have 1 catch tonight? Why did he only have 1 target for 1 catch? He's 6'6". What are we doing? He is 6'6". What linebacker on Duke tonight was going to prevent Jake Brenningstool from consistently catching footballs tonight? Name one, because I don't know one. But you targeted him 1 time. Adam Randall didn't have a catch until the second half of the game. Not only did he not have a catch, he didn't have a target until the second half of this game. As much as I love Antonio Williams, he's not the only wide receiver on the field. There's other wide receivers. I'm not sure what we are doing on offense. I'm really not. I'm honestly confused about what Clemson is doing going forward. I have a lot of questions. And we thought this offense would look completely different with a new offensive coordinator in Garrett Riley, a new quarterback in Cade Klubnik, and it doesn't really look that much different. I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong. You tell me if I'm overreacting. But honestly, this Clemson offense looked the same as it's looked the past 2 seasons. I mean, eventually, what do you want the defense to do when you're consistently driving the ball down? If you look at the stats, our offense outproduced Duke in every category tonight. Did we come away with any points? No. Just like the Tennessee game, the bowl game last season, we drove between the 20s, and when it came to the red zone, we couldn't finish. It was the same thing tonight. We got down to the 5-yard line, fumbled. Got down to the 1-yard line, fumbled. Got down in their territory, kick, block. got down in their territory again, kick, blocked. You know, the miscues tonight were baffling to me. There was a point in time in the game where, you know, it was kind of halftime, right? And I was very disappointed with Clemson's performance in the first half. But part of me was like, look, Clemson's winning the game going into halftime, right? It was 7-6. I was like, Clemson's winning the game. Duke comes out, they go 3 and out. Clemson drives down the field, right? So part of me was like, oh, we were playing in Duke's house. This was their Super Bowl for the season. They made no mistake about it in the offseason in ACC media days. Duke came out and said, hey, this is a program-defining game for us. Clemson has been circled all offseason. It's all we've been thinking about. They said it in ACC media days. They come out, they punch us in the mouth a couple times. There's a lot of miscues. It looks a little sloppy. And part of me thought, okay, we weathered the storm. You know, the ruckus crowd, you know, Duke's super inspired. They came out, they punched us in the mouth, but we weathered the storm. It's 7-6. We're still winning. It's okay. We didn't play well, but guess what? We got the second half. And it just never came to fruition for the Clemson offense. The offense never really seemed to get in sync, and the defense, you know, eventually, especially the secondary, did not look well tonight at times, even though we rushed Riley Leonard well. It did not look well at times in the Clemson secondary. Tackling was a problem tonight on more than one occasion. And I don't know. I'm just this loss is I don't know. Red
Guys,
zone
back to the offense real quick, just because I want to point something out that that Craven pointed out was a huge advantage in stats are for losers, but obviously stats indicate generally how the game went. I think it gives a pretty good, 50 to 70% picture of any game, even if you just didn't even see a play. You look at the stat sheet, it's going to point you in the right direction. So they moved the ball because the lead in total offense had to be a lot greater because Duke picked up all the garbage time yardage after they turned it into a blowout. The last couple of drives, they scored that TD to make it 21-7. Then they scored the next TD, and Clemson did next to nothing. So they had a huge lead in total offense. They must have before that. So they could have been, with 2 good drives at the end of the game, they would have been on their way to a 500-yard a night on offense. So they moved the ball, but so that I don't want to paint it as encouraging, but they moved the ball. It was just mistakes at critical times.
And you know what, Mark, you are absolutely right. Yeah, Clemson didn't have issues, necessarily moving the ball, especially in that second half. They went right down the field, for most of that second half. But the problem is this is the exact same thing we said last year. It was like I was watching, and Craven already mentioned it. It was like I was watching the Orange Bowl all over again, but with honestly even like just more disastrous swings and momentum. Just that the fumbles on in the red zone were 14. I mean that's a 14-point swing, and it's stuff like that. It was like the Orange Bowl, but just like wrapped up in multiplied by 3, I think. And it was like, what has this team been preparing for all off season? What has this staff, what did they do? What did they look at from last year and change? All they did is change the guy calling the plays, but it seems like the philosophy and the tentativeness, all of that just carried over from last season. And now you gotta wonder. It's like, well, have we been sold a bill of goods on Garrett Riley? I don't necessarily think that. I do think that his supporting cast is not a top 5 program level coaching staff around him. And I think we overlooked, and I think a lot of Clemson fans overlooked the fact that yeah, we brought in Garrett Riley, and yeah, that's really cool. That's a great hire. But did you bring any other? We didn't let him bring any other assistants other than like a support staffer from TCU.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't let him bring any other position coaches over. It wasn't like, Garrett tried to bring somebody and they all just said no, we'll stay with Sonny Dykes. It was Dabo was like, no, we're keeping our core here, and you can come on over.
Yeah,
and you just have to look at these position coaches. I mean, Tyler Grisham. I'm gonna try to say this as nicely as possible. Tyler Grisham, as a wide receivers coach, I have no reason to think that he's ready to be a top level, Power 5, top 5 program level wide receiver coach. I mean, you go back through the history of Clemson football, and especially the last, 11, 12 years or so under Dabo, and the mantra of this program was being wide receiver you. All the names that you can go through, all the top, NFL draft picks at wide receiver. There's not a single player on this team that comes close to any of those names right now. Not even close. I love Antonio Williams. I think, and he didn't have his best game. He was Clemson's leading receiver, and he didn't have his best game, but he was the only one really making plays all night. He's not anywhere close, not right now. And I don't see anybody else on this roster that even looks like they're going to be close to that. And
and
could have, I can go into the transfer portal and all of that. That is obviously the glaring thing. But
And just to add to that really quick, from a guy who watches everybody play, I know you guys do as well, but from a guy that's not a Clemson guy that watches everybody play, for 10 years, I knew I was watching a Clemson game because the wide receiver room was usually the best in the country or in the argument. And just in the last, since 2020, that was probably the last wave. I could be watching UCF play or Illinois play. It just looks like just another group of wide receivers that are just, they're okay for the last 3 seasons.
Just so ordinary everywhere. And that's very disheartening, because the names on the roster are not like the players on the field themselves were not like, 3-star players. I mean, Adam Randall was a highly rated 4-star. Bo Collins, highly rated 4-star. Antonio Williams. There are guys on this roster that there is blue chip talent in this wide receiver room, and they haven't come anywhere close to living up to it. They don't even look like an above average wide receiver room.
Yeah, and look, the only thing you can point to is coaching. One of the big things that I talked about in the preview show heading into Duke was perimeter play, right? This offense that Garrett Riley is bringing in is predicated on perimeter blocking. What does that mean? That means wide receivers have to get their nose dirty. They got to get out there and they got to be aggressive. They got to be physical, and they got to be willing and able blockers on the perimeter for this offense to be successful. I saw none of that tonight. Again, which is a common theme with Clemson's wide receivers the past 2 seasons, and now we're into our 3rd season of it. That was something, I mean, we all talk about Clemson's great wide receiver groups. One of the big things that Clemson's wide receiver groups all had in common was they were willing and able blockers. They took pride in bodying defensive backs, in driving them to the ground and getting their perimeter blocks so that the offense could be successful. That's something that our wide receiver group apparently still does not have. And the only thing that I can say is Clemson's still bringing in the same level of talent that they always have. So either we're missing on every single wide receiver, or the coaching is not up to par. The most likely thing to me is the coaching is not up to par, not that you're missing on every wide receiver. So suddenly Clemson completely forgot how to evaluate wide receivers when it comes to high school talent. No, I don't think that's happened. I think the coaching has gotten worse. And that is all on Tyler Grisham. And without an immense amount of improvement throughout the rest of this season, he should not be in his position come next season. He's got to go. If he cannot produce with this wide receiving core, he's got to go. He has to go. I mean, that's just plain and simple. He's not getting the best out of these wide receivers. And we need to go out. We need to find a coach that can do that. Because in my opinion, Clemson has the talent on the roster. Talent is not currently an issue. But if Clemson keeps playing like this and we keep trending down as a program on the national level and in the opinion of the national types, we will start to have a talent issue. Because no receiver is going to want to come play for that offense that was on the field tonight. I can guarantee you that. There's no top wide receiver in the country that looked at Clemson's offense tonight and was like, you know what? I can't wait to go play for that offense. Not a single one. So you need to make the change.
And that kind of reminds me, you got to wonder what Bryant Wesco and TJ Moore, two really highly rated wide receivers that Clemson has currently committed in their 2024 class. I mean, I'm not necessarily like wondering, are they going to decommit or anything like that? I'm not putting that out there, but I'm just like that is not a very ringing endorsement, especially knowing that they committed to Clemson, because of the prospects of playing in a Garrett Riley offense and all of that. That's you just got to wonder. You got to wonder. I mean, this is about as embarrassing of a loss, I think, as you could have had. Like if you had played a tight game and Duke just had the game of its life and they just beat you on a last second field goal and they Riley Leonard played his heart out and okay, I mean that still is bad, but you could have at least been like you could have excused it away. But Duke didn't play a very good game in a lot of respects.
No.
They like Clemson only had one penalty all game. Duke had like 7. Mm-hmm. Duke turned the ball over on some really poor, just really miscues. I mean, Jalen Calhoun on that punt return set up. He fumbled on that punt return. That set up Clemson's only points in the game.
That's it.
Like
the only points
Duke did not play that well, and that's a whole other thing.
They made their fair share of mistakes, and to your point, Clemson's only points of the game came off of a terrible muff punt by Duke. That was it. That was Clemson scoring for the entire game.
There was a play, I don't think it gained a whole lot of attention, where I forget which running back for Duke ran for 9 yards on a second down. He ran for 9 yards and he slipped, or he would have gained a first down. He was trying to make a cut. He slipped before the first down. They were in their own territory. I think they were up 13-7, I think. And then they threw on 3rd and 1, which I was kind of surprised. They threw on 3rd and 1, incomplete. And I thought, okay, they should have had a first down, kept the ball. This might be where, okay, they're punting from their own end. Clemson's getting good field position. This might be the turning point right there. But nope, it wasn't. And real quick on Craven's thought about the wide receivers, and just because sometimes I'll make a comment, I'll put together a deduction like you just did, and people will be like, oh, you're not there on campus to see the coaches and what they're working with the players. It's a statistical anomaly beyond belief that they've missed on all these wide receivers who, if they wouldn't have signed at Clemson, would have gone to another top 10 or 15 program. It's not like they would have gone to South Florida. They would have been going to another top program, and the majority of them would have been producing. There's no way you miss on all those wide receivers. So the development has to be the issue.
Yep. Yeah, it's got to be the issue. And to your point on the penalties, look, they had 7 penalties for 45 yards. Clemson had 1 penalty for 5 yards. 2 of their penalties were on major third downs. They were 3rd and 2 on 2 of those penalties and got false starts, which turned into Clemson stopping them on 3rd down and turning the ball over to Clemson. They had to punt. Clemson gets another possession. So without those, what does the game look like? I mean, it's just you can go step by step in this game. Clemson played terribly, but Duke played far from a perfect game, and they beat us 28-7. They didn't play a perfect game. They turned the ball over themselves. They shot themselves in the foot several times. I just pointed out 2 points on third downs where they shot themselves in the foot. And Clemson could not gain on any of that momentum at all. We could not parlay that into any sort of momentum that started trending us in the right direction in that game. And that's one of the biggest things to me that say that we might be in trouble this season. This might be a long season for us. If that's the Clemson team that's going to trot out there week after week, this is going to be a long season. This is going to be a long season for us if that's the team that trots out there
longer than the last two were.
Way longer than the last two. We'll be begging. We'll be begging for last season if that's the team that's going to trot out there. Now, do I expect that to be the status quo for Clemson the entire season? No, not exactly. But I still do think there's some glaring question marks for this team. We've already talked about it in the wide receiver core. The offensive line. I think they played well tonight at times. I think they had some issues at times. As far as pass protection, it looked like Cade Klubnik's pocket was not exactly clean, especially when they did, kind of some play action plays and he was looking deep. It did not look like he really ever had a super clean pocket where he could just sit back there, dissect the coverage, and make a play downfield. Part of that was Cade Klubnik gets happy feet in the pocket way too often. That was one of my takeaways from the game. He gets happy feet far too quickly in the pocket. Anytime he sees offensive linemen going towards his direction, he starts getting those happy feet, right? That's just kind of some of the stuff that I saw. So he's got to be better with his pocket presence. He's got to know when to escape and when to not. He's got to know when to kind of take off and run and when to kind of get rid of the ball and throw it away. So I think that's some places that he could grow. But one of the big questions I got for Cade, and maybe it was just because it's his first start, you're amped up, you got that adrenaline rush, but overthrowing those first few passes that he actually did throw, a lot of that is just, you're kind of amped up, you're jacked up in the game. You're letting your emotions get the best of you. But, a couple of his, I can think of a couple of his deep throws where he kind of let them go off of his back foot. And that's just a recipe for an interception. There was a lot of interception-worthy throws tonight that didn't end up being interceptions in his favor. But to be honest, he did not look good tonight. Will Shipley and Phil Maffa, I think, looked really good tonight. The offensive line, like I said, looked good at times. But that's just kind of my thoughts overall on the offense. I've already talked about the wide receivers, so I'll leave that alone. And then neglecting the tight end position is just, at this point, as a Clemson fan, I mean, it's just par for the course at this point. We keep hearing time and time again heading into the season that, we're going to utilize the tight ends and, they're going to be, a big part of the offense. And guess what? Our big 6'6" tight end, Jake Brenningsul, tonight had 1 target and 1 reception tonight. That's it. And I think I remember seeing 1 crossing route across the middle for Antonio Williams that I believe went for a first down. So, again, not consistently attacking the middle of the field on offense, not utilizing the tight ends, and then also what's up with the exchange between Cade Klubnik and the running backs down in the red zone? What is up with that exchange? I mean, it's bad enough that it happened once, but it happened on back-to-back drives into the red zone, which is really kind of what sealed Clemson's fate in this game. If they punch those 2 touchdowns in, I mean, it's a completely different game. And we could play the what-if game all night, but at the end of the day, you really have to ask yourself, what is the issue with the exchange there? So
I really couldn't tell you. That's the kind like those are things like that is day one like install stuff. I mean, those are supposed to, in the red zone, like that little zone read that they were doing. That's supposed to be one of your bread and butter plays. That's something you rep over and over and over and over again. That's something that Garrett Riley did at TCU. That's something that a lot of offenses do on the regular, especially with quarterbacks that are mobile. That's supposed to be a bread and butter play. Everyone has zone read in their offense, and you do that quarterback, running back, that mesh point exchange, all of that. That is stuff that is day one install that you are not consistently executing, and that's disappointing. And it's again, it's an indictment on this coaching staff. This coaching staff, you saw the difference between a really experienced coaching staff over at Duke. Mike Elko has a group of guys around him that have done it at multiple spots, in multiple places at Power 5 level. Mike Elko himself has been a Power 5 coordinator for a really long time, and then you see Clemson's coaching staff, where you have a guy like Thomas Austin, who's in his first and only ever job as an offensive line coach. Tyler Grisham, first and only ever job as a wide receiver coach. I mean, Mickey Kahn, he's a first and only ever job as a safety coach. He was a high school football coach before he was at Clemson. Like, just the amount of inexperience and the amount of the coaching staff looked amateur, and that is and Mike Elko and Duke's coaching staff made them look amateur, and that's something that we've heard about, being questioned about Dabo for a while now. Is the coach, the assistant hires, is he he's just elevating guys that have been close to him and know how he ticks and aren't going to really tell him no, and kind of bought into what he's doing. Which is why it was such a big shock when he brought in Garrett Riley over the offseason. But I really don't, especially on offense. I have zero faith in this coaching staff right now, and I'm looking very, very hard at certain names.
All the question marks that we had heading into the season, that I felt a little bit better about. One, because of news coming out of fall camp, mainly the wide receiving core. I don't believe any of what they told me coming out of fall camp at this point when it comes to the wide receiving core. Now, the offensive line looks fine to me. It looks like it's okay. We were able to run the ball, for the most part when we wanted to. Pass protection didn't look great tonight, but it looked okay enough that we shouldn't have played the way that we played. But wide receiver separation for year 3, non-existent. Again, why can our wide receivers not get open? Why can they not get separation? Outside of a handful of plays tonight, there was no wide receiver separation, which I think was part of the reason that Cade started getting his happy feet in the pocket, right? So that's one of the big things. And then going into the defense, kind of switching gears from the offense going into the defense. Way more missed tackles than there should have been tonight, which was a problem for the Clemson defense tonight. The secondary looked bad at times, and then also good in some cases as well. The pass rush, I think, was pretty good. Never really got home outside of, I think, 1 sack. But they did pressure Riley Leonard quite a bit. But like a veteran quarterback, he handled it very well. He was able to get outside of the pocket, throw it away. He was able to turn some of those into really long runs. Containment along the edge for the defense failed on numerous occasions. Riley Leonard got outside of Justin Maskell on one big first down run where he just over pursued. The DBs over pursued a couple receivers when they were going to tackle, and they kind of spun out of it and made run after catch. I mean, Riley Leonard never really stretched the field. He never really completed any deep balls against Clemson, but his wide receivers turned a lot of those short and intermediate passes into a long run after catch, which was a tribute to poor tackling in the secondary. Nobody, a lack of rallying to the ball, multiple defenders type deal. So, I think there's still some big question marks on, the defensive backs, which was something that we had heading into this season. I thought it would be better because so many young guys got to play last season and kind of grow up, and then we got all of our experienced guys back. But Sheridan Jones got beat on a couple plays, but he also made a lot of good plays as well. I just don't know. I think the defense played good enough to win. The offense obviously didn't do them any favors. But what was your kind of thoughts on the defense?
Yeah, the defensive performance tonight was kind of what I was expecting. I predicted, and my final score prediction was I think 35-20 Clemson, which that aged well, and I'm sure there will be a ton of comments on that one that'll say that exact same thing. Sure. But I did expect there to be some hiccups and some and just some lapses defensively, and I think that's what you saw. I mean, I think the defense played more than well enough that Clemson, if they had played anywhere up to how they should have, it would have been a pretty solid victory. But yeah, you saw just some missed tackles in the secondary, just some lapses defensively. They hit Clemson twice on that wheel route where they snuck I think it was Jordan Moore out of the backfield, one time it was Jalen Phillips, I think, that was supposed to take care of him and just kind of lost him. I don't remember like who the other one was on off the top of my head, and rewatching this game is going to suck. But the defense played more than well enough to win. I mean, Riley Leonard didn't really burn Clemson over the top, and that's something that this defense struggled with last year. I think that if there's one positive to take away, I think from the secondary, I think it's that you didn't really give up too many big plays or like over the top. That was something that Clemson did a lot last year. I believe they were in the hundreds in explosive pass plays allowed. So you saw the secondary kind of play a little bit more experienced in pass coverage. But I just thought that the mentality was a little soft at times on key third downs. You saw them giving a lot of cushion and not making the tackle on these shorter throws that ended up becoming bigger gains. And that's something that needs to be fixed, because a lot of Duke's yardage was after the catch. And I think the defense did exactly how I expected, and they didn't get much help. And I think I have less questions about this group than I do, moving forward. I think they'll continue to get better than I do about this offense. This offense is not. I really don't know what to expect. Next week against Charleston Southern. I mean, what are the things that what are they going to change? Like what adjustments are they going to make? Because you didn't see one of the things that I said about this Clemson team in the offseason was I wanted to see them just line up and look like the more physical team, the team that had the better line of scrimmage talent. And they, you in that first half, you really didn't see it. It was a lot of, I think Cade threw like 20 passes in that first half. And then you saw at the beginning of that second half, you saw Clemson start to line it up more, do a little bit more, heavy sets, 2 back sets with Shipley and Maffa. And those, Shipley and Maffa, had big gains. I mean, Clemson ran for 213 yards, I think. Yep, 213 yards on 40 carries, 5 yards a carry. And Phil Maffa broke off a 49-yarder. Like, you were consistently getting what you wanted.
And Jordan, real quick, Will Shipley, if you look at this and you guys, digest stats all the time, because this is fairly unusual. Will Shipley gained 114 yards on 17 carries. And usually if you see a number like that, there's a 50-yarder in there, something of that. His longest run was 18 yards. That means
Yep.
every carry he's ripping off 5, 12, 8. Like, he's averaging 7 yards per carry practically with only an 18-yard run mixed in there. So they were – you can't ask for too much more there. And I'm sure a lot of that was him dragging. Nobody drops that guy right in his tracks. You know, he's always dragging guys forward.
Will Shipley is a warrior, man.
Yeah,
I can only imagine what the numbers would look like if we did not have him.
He was our leading rusher and our second leading receiver. So that tells you exactly who Will Shipley is. He's an absolute dog. You know, I see a lot of people in the chat, and you know, I get it. A lot of people are talking about Clemson better dip into the transfer portal. The transfer portal is not the problem at Clemson. I understand the correlation.
And this is where you and I are going to disagree, probably.
I understand the correlation between transfer portal and Clemson's performance on the field. But look at the talent on Clemson's roster. Look at the talent. On paper, Clemson and Florida State are pretty comparable with talent. One dips into the transfer portal, one not so much. Regardless, the talent on the roster is relatively the same. Now, you can argue, you know, different position groups, one's better than the other, so on and so forth. Nuances of the game. However, if you took just the talent on each roster, they're relatively the same overall. Maybe one's a little bit more talented than the other. We're not going to argue that here. So, in my mind, yeah, will Clemson eventually need to get into the transfer portal? Yes, it's the new thing of college football. It cannot be denied. It's how things are going. However, in my mind, that's not the problem with Clemson right now. That's not the reason that we just lost 28-7 against Duke. If we brought in 3 or 4 or 5 transfers last offseason, I don't think it would have changed the outcome of a 28-7 game against Duke. Your coaches are who they are. They develop the talent that's on the roster, whether it came from another college program or it came from a high school program. If you're not developing the talent on your roster, who cares? If you're not producing better players, who cares where you got the talent from? Who cares if it came from high school? Who cares if it came from another college?
Well,
the results are the same. If we would have gotten a receiver in the transfer portal, would they suddenly have been so much better than what we trotted out on the field tonight? I don't know.
I think that's a valid question, and I would say yes. I mean, let's use Florida State, you know, for example, because that's just the obvious. That's a very obvious one, and easy one to do.
Sure.
You think Keon Coleman came in not knowing what to do and just was like, all right, coaches, I came here to learn from you guys, and I'm just gonna become a freak. Keon Coleman was already Keon Coleman before he ever stepped foot on Florida State's campus.
He caught 58 balls last year,
on a bad Michigan State team.
I know. I agree.
Keon Coleman Keon Coleman would be productive on any roster, pretty much any roster in America, and I think the coaching would not have. I don't think the coaching had anything to do with Keon Coleman's performance on Sunday night. I mean, sure, he's in a better scheme now, and that gives him more opportunities. But Keon Coleman was still Keon Coleman. He was getting that's just some of that is just God-given talent, and
right.
He's just a more productive player. I think Clemson could have.
And you get proven players in the transfer portal. I'll just say this: if we listed Florida State's 10 best players, I'm guessing 7 or 8 of them are transfer portal guys.
Right.
Jared Verse,
guaranteed.
Johnny Wilson, Keon
and
Coleman,
those guys came
Braden Fisk.
In certain cases, yes, the development matters when it comes to I think Johnny Wilson is a good example of that. Like, he's a guy that was really raw at Arizona State. Like, the physical tools were all there, but he struggled with consistency, drops, all that. And you saw him come in last year, full off season, full off season with Florida State, 2 years ago. and he came out and had a really strong year last year, and he's kind of building on it again this year. But I think a guy I'll just go back to Keon Coleman. Like, that's a guy that didn't really need much coaching coming in, and I think if you had one or two of those type of guys in your wide receiver room, that I think one that builds competition, and I think it's a wake up call for the guys already in your room that, hey, my spot isn't guaranteed. I know Dabo is a very loyal coach. He's very loyal to his players. And that's kind of the selling point for why he doesn't use the transfer portal, is because he wants to believe in his guys. But at a certain point, if your players if your players are not committed to being the best version of themselves, and I'm not necessarily saying that's the case, but if these guys are not performing at a certain point, it's like, where does the loyalty end? I mean, you did it. You did it with your offensive coordinator. Like the performance on the field was not good enough last year, with Brandon Streeter. And to Dabo's credit, he said he pulled the plug early and fired him, let him go.
And look, I'm not dismissing the transfer portal at all, or the importance of it. I think it's a super important tool to utilize in college football, and you're going to have to utilize it to stay at the top of college football. My only thing is, it's not everything. You're not going to build an entire roster.
I'm not saying that either.
I know you're not. I'm talking to more of the comments. You're not going to build a roster based off the transfer portal alone. And your coaches still have to develop players, even though they come in from other programs. Some come in, the rare ones come in, and they're ready-made. No matter what system they're in, they're going to ball out regardless. That's the exception, in my opinion. That's not the norm. And then also, let's not pretend like Clemson had 10 scholarships to hand out this offseason. I remember Dabo Sweeney getting killed earlier on in the offseason for talking about taking walk-on scholarships away because we were over the limit. I do remember that as well. So, Clemson didn't have 10 scholarships to go shop in the transfer portal this offseason. Not that they would have. I'm not saying they would have, but I'm just saying they didn't have any scholarships to go really shop in the transfer portal sweepstakes. Although they did try to get a couple guys specifically along the offensive line this offseason. It just didn't work out. They decided to go to the other programs. And I think maybe, they tried to get a couple other guys that also did not work out. They instead brought in a backup quarterback. So I'm just saying that to, kind of the chat. I hear what your guys saying, and I agree with it to a point. But there's a lot of different factors that go into that as well.
Yeah. And go ahead, Mark.
Well, I just want to say, while we've got about 1,200 people in here, it's a good opportunity to let everyone know that these guys get together every Thursday at 7 o'clock Eastern time on the Clemson channel. Check it out. You hear the fervor, you hear the passion, you hear the knowledge, you hear the insight. It's a great conversation every time. So Jordan, Tiger Paw Craven, Thursday, 7 Eastern time on the Clemson channel, folks.
Yeah, make sure you guys
we would
check
like
it
to
out.
Get to the super chats, but we can do that anytime. So
I wanted to kind of do that as we went, but that's fine. Let me let's go ahead and do that.
All right. Yeah, go right ahead.
All right. BGPO Football Fun. What's up, DeAndre? He says, hey, guys, thank you for the $2 donation.
DeAndre, man, what's up? Tough night.
We're in this together, man.
Yeah, man. Tough night for the Tigers. Not a great night, but we'll get through. Thank you for supporting the channel.
All right. V1 Rotate V2 with the $20 donation. Thank you, man. Notre Dame fan. Absolutely no hate, but Clemson does not have the championship generational team anymore like they did with Lawrence. That ship sailed. Nothing looked good. Everything is an issue. I should know. I went through this last year. I agree with your first sentence. Absolutely, I agree with. This is not a Trevor Lawrence Clemson team. This really doesn't even remind me of the Deshaun Watson Clemson team.
No.
But nothing looked good. I'll disagree there. I don't think it was a total system failure tonight, but I just there were offensively, yes, but I do think there were some positives to take away on the other side of the ball. But again, this is not that's really just a kind of a it's a nitpicky thing, and
there was a lot of
this
bad
performance is not going to win many football games for this team.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of bad tonight, a little bit of good.
DeAndre gets back in with a $5 super chat. He says, I said last year the lack of development of the O-line, wide receiver, and Cade was a weak arm quarterback would cost Clemson. Have a good night. Yeah, the lack of development, I think, is really just the glaring, the biggest glaring issue is these guys have looked the same, more or less. A lot of these players that we've talked about have looked the same. Bo Collins is a junior now, and you didn't really feel his presence at all. He had a couple catches, on a screen, like in some short plays. You never saw him really get open deep, and that's disappointing. I mean, a guy in his third year, he was expected to be one of the leaders in the wide receiver room. Pretty much a non-factor tonight. That's disappointing. The offensive line, while they weren't completely inept, they had some nice moments. I thought especially in the run game, which is another consistently the thing we talked about from last year. It's like this team runs the ball really well, but when it comes to giving the quarterback, time to throw, it's really hit or miss.
Another issue again tonight. Pass pro was not great.
Yep. And Cade, he still has, based off of tonight, still has a really long way to go. But you don't really have an option behind him. There's not another Cade Klubnik behind him necessarily. I mean, unless you decide to burn Chris Vizina's red shirt, and I don't. Hunter Helms and Paul Tyson are not those types of talent, and so you're really, it's ride or die with Cade. And he's going to have to look at this film, and he's going to have to make some major strides, pretty soon.
He's just got to get better. I think the Clemson coaching staff has made it clear that Chris Vizina is not ready. He needs a year. They've talked about how the only way that he gets an opportunity this year is kind of a K Klubnik injury. So, what else are you going to say about that? They're saying he's not ready, so we have to assume that he's not ready. As far as the wide receiver goes, you look at the stat line, the disproportionate targets for Antonio Williams, I think is a problem for the offense. Although I think Antonio Williams is a great wide receiver, but when you're only targeting Adam Randall 2 times, you're only targeting Jake Brenningstool. It was 2 times, excuse me. I thought he only got targeted once, but 2 times. Cole Turner 6 times, Brandon Spector 1 time. It's just, and then you got Antonio Williams targeted 7 times, Will Shipley 9 times, Bo Collins 7 times. So maybe spreading the ball around a bit more. One of the big glaring issues tonight, I think, was Clemson still does not have, at least displayed in this game, does not have a downfield passing game. They're still not a threat to stretch the field. I don't know if I agree that Cade is a weak arm quarterback, but I do think that he does throw off his back foot sometimes, and that ball flutters in the air, and that's very dangerous, especially when you're throwing the deep ball. So he's got to step into those throws, getting hit or not. You got to kind of stand in there and cut your teeth as a quarterback like that. If you're going to throw that ball, if not, throw it away. Throw a flutter ball away. Don't throw it in the middle of the field like he threw that ball to. I think that ball was thrown to. Who was that thrown to? Cole Turner, maybe, in the middle of the field when he was double covered, and it was kind of.
It was Cole Turner. Yeah,
it was flutter ball. It was fluttering in the middle of the field because he launched it off his back foot. Just not a smart throw. Not a smart throw. Don't throw. If you can't step into it, don't throw that deep ball.
That's one thing, and it's like, That's one thing that DJ was able to do that Cade, he does not have the arm to do that. Like just
No. Yeah.
And the talks about DJ Uyunglele, I don't want to get too deep into it, but obviously with the performance that he had this week, on yesterday, it definitely is another interesting twist to all of this. But again, it kind of shows what you and I have been saying all along, that DJ wasn't while he didn't play well, he was not 100% the problem. And
Yeah. No.
And
And
he
look,
might have been, there's room to argue that he might have been less of the problem than even we thought. So
yeah, he could have been, and he had a great debut at Oregon State. And I know there's probably a ton of people in the comment section talking about, we should have stuck with DJ and yada yada yada. Look, DJ was not a fit for the system that Clemson runs. He's not a fit for Garrett Riley's system. He wasn't a fit for the system that Clemson was running before Garrett Riley got here. And we spent all last season saying that. Some of it was DJ. He played terrible. Just turn on the tape if you don't believe me. And then some of it wasn't a system fit. It was not predicated on his strengths. And I'm happy for DJ. Look, we never, at least on this channel, I can say we never hated on DJ to the extent where we were, making any personal attacks against him. We called out his poor play, and we said that we thought that he wasn't a system fit and that he would play better at Oregon State. And clearly, one game in, that is true. So, good luck to him the rest of the season. I hope he balls out and scores 5 touchdowns every game at Oregon State. Honestly, I wish nothing but the best for him.
Yeah. All right, Realistic One, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says Klubnik is a young quarterback in a first-year offense, so not too surprised about his play. Also, Garrett's offense is not the same as Lincoln's offense. Well, no, yeah, that last part, yeah. None of us expected it to be Lincoln's offense. It did.
No, not at all.
They don't. They're two different people. I don't think anyone expected that. But yeah, to your first sentence, yeah, Klubnik is a young quarterback. Yeah, I mean, I agree. You kind of wished, especially when you saw how TCU kind of, came right out the gates and, running, last year. You kind of wish that, the system would have, Cade in this system would have, had a better start than this. With all the stuff that he talked about in the offseason and fall camp, he said, I'm loving this new offense. It's similar to what I ran in high school. I'm really comfortable with it. You didn't really see that. And that's kind of disappointing. But, I don't think the story is written on Garrett Riley and this offense. And I think there were things that, he did, that were somewhat different. But there were a lot of things that kind of looked like the same old. So you got to wonder what changes are going to be made, moving forward.
Yeah.
All right. Chase Henderson, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says the coaching staff did not lose this game. This is on execution by the players. 2 fumbles inside the 10 and 2 blocked field goals doesn't help anybody. I don't think this is 100% on the coaching staff. Obviously, the players made mistakes.
For sure.
But I do think that, especially when you consider like the 2 blocked field goals, it was on the same. It was the pressure came from the same side, and the left side of that, of the protection was just left unblocked. You had a free rusher. I mean, there were things about this game that it looked like the team was unprepared, and that does fall on the coaching staff. It just seemed like offensively there was not a complete understanding of what the expectations were. But yeah, Chase, but you're right. I mean, the players did not execute, especially on offense tonight.
No. execution on offense was 100% a problem. Chase has a good point there. I think it was
But when
a
it yeah,
healthy
but when
blend
it
of both.
happens like this, it's an indictment on the staff as well. Like I think players making mistakes happens, and the coach and the coaches can't make the players just play well 100% of the time. But when you're seeing repeated over and over mistakes at a certain point, you got to look at the people that are supposed to be coaching them up. So and it's just a continuation of stuff that we saw last year, and that's disappointing. Will indeed, my favorite Irish fan, he gets in. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says Clemsoning has returned. Yeah, unfortunately, it has. Will, but Garrett Riley could turn the offense around by the time my Irish go to Death Valley. Kate and the wide receivers must improve. Yeah, I'm not going to rule out the possibility of this offense, finding itself, but I'm in believe it when I see it mode. This is the third straight year of the offense looking like it doesn't. The offense looking like it has no sort of identity or cohesiveness or viability. So I have to see it first. I don't have much trust in this coaching staff right now. So they're going to have to earn it back. And
it's been a rough 2 years, but let's be careful about throwing around that Clemsoning term, Will. I'm just kidding. Thank you for the super chat, man. We better improve if we're going to have any semblance of a good season. Will we better improve for sure? I'm not looking forward to this team trotting out against Notre Dame, seeing as how last year went for us. So no thanks.
Matthew Miller gets in with a $2 super chat. He says, I think the biggest drop-off has been D-line and wide receiver. Well, I'll agree with wide receiver. Defensive line, no, I don't think
there's been some drop-off there. I don't know about the biggest drop-off.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's I don't think we have like the 2018 Clemson defensive line with like Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence.
Power Rangers ain't walking through the door. So
no, but I don't think that the D line has been the problem. I mean, the Clemson defensive line has been productive even throughout the last couple of seasons. The defensive line has not been an issue for this team, and I don't think it is this year. I think there's loads of talent. I mean, Tyler Davis, Rukaroro in the middle, XT I thought played well. You saw Peter Woods and TJ Parker. TJ Parker, especially, man, he was all over the place. True freshman, defensive lineman. No, I don't think the D line. I wouldn't say that would be the biggest drop off. There might have been a slight, but yeah, wide receiver, I'll totally agree. But thank you for the $2, man. Appreciate it. Greg Campbell with the $5 super chat. He says tough loss tonight, but I'm sure Coach Dabo will rally the troops and have the guys ready to play and win next game. Just got a few loose ends to tie up. Well, Gregory, I appreciate that optimism, and that's something I like to read. Yeah.
If we lose next game,
we are playing Charleston Southern next week. So you
look here. If we lose next game, it's gonna be an even better post game show next game. Good Lord, me and Jordan might have to find another gig. No, I'm just kidding. But if we're in danger of losing the next two games, we got bigger problems than we're addressing tonight. I can tell you that.
Forget Florida State and Notre Dame and South Carolina and all the games. We're fighting for bowl eligibility.
Yeah. We're trying to go 5-7 or something like that.
Yeah. Realistic one with another $2 super chat. Thank you. He says, "See, Athlon Sports roster ranking Clemson is 7." I think that was in reference to our talk about the talent on the roster. Yeah, I mean, really, anywhere you look, you'll see Clemson. Anywhere
10,
from top 5 to top 10. I mean, if you look at the 24/7 Sports team talent composite, Clemson is 5th. The talent on the roster on paper. That would indicate to you that this team is not as poor as they look tonight. But
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
that was,
recruiting doesn't win football games. It's you have to have the coaching
you
and
have to
development and
develop that talent. Yep, and
yeah,
that
and also recruiting rankings aren't always 100%. So
right,
that's for sure.
and that was my biggest point. Clemson's problem is not talent. We don't have a talent problem yet. If we keep playing like this, we will have a talent problem. But Clemson's problem is not the talent on the roster. It's simply just not. There's no coherent argument that could be made for Clemson having a talent problem on the roster. Just look at all the rankings. It just doesn't exist. They have as much talent as you would need to compete in major college football and more. So,
yeah, well, and you've got more than enough to play better than you beat Duke. So
yeah, you do.
And I don't
You
mean
got
that in a
plenty.
derogatory way, because Duke is a good team. They're really experienced, but you should have played a lot better tonight. There's no excuse for that. Justin Knox comes in with a $10 super chat. Thank you. He says, I come in here respectfully as a lifelong Notre Dame fan. Got a lot of Notre Dame love tonight. We really
Shout out to
appreciate
Notre Dame, man.
yeah, I know Clemson is better than what they showed, and you can't expect to win after giving the ball away twice inside your opponent's 10. It's one game. Thank you, Justin, and those are all valid points. Absolutely. I don't think this team will play that poorly the rest of the season, but knowing that this kind of performance is in them is just concerning.
That's scary. That is scary.
Because if it can happen once, it can happen again. Mike 3883 with the $20 super chat. He said, thank you. He says, Clemson's competition is using transfers to beat Clemson. Yep. Yes, you have to develop, but grabbing those players also means they're also not scoring against you either. Justin Fields and Trey Sermon, Keon Coleman, Sam Hartman. Yeah. Great points. You can, a lot of Clemson's losses you can point to. A lot of, over the past few seasons, you can point to even if you're going back to 2019 and in that national championship against LSU. Joe Burrow. Transfers can and do help a program, and no one's asking Clemson to just completely abandon everything that they emphasize in their program, but utilizing the transfer portal and addressing addressing needs on your roster is a new part of your job description. And
and at the end of the day, look, it's major college football. The best players play, and if you're not the best player, that's on you. You got to be better. Your job is to prevent the coaches from replacing you. That's your job on a football roster. Look at the NFL. Their job is to not be replaced, to be better than the guy that is at their position. So I agree with a lot of that. Make good points.
Yep. Cole Newhaven. I'm sorry. I don't want to butcher your last name.
Just stick
Cole,
with Cole.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, Clemson, this is what it feels like to lose the Nebraska way, by the way. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
We appreciate it, and
I don't like it very much. By the way,
I don't know if it was the Nebraska way. Those are always one score.
That's a good point. Yeah, you usually don't get completely blown out. So that's a credit to Nebraska.
Is it better or worse to lose the Nebraska way? Because it kind of hurts more to lose by one score. When you play a game like Clemson just played, at a certain point in the game, you're like, well, this ain't happening.
Well, when you get a bad program, you bring in a new coach like they did with Scott Frost, and you're losing by one score early, then you're optimistic because you're thinking we're right there. And especially when some of those teams are top 10 teams. But when you're doing it for 5 years, they lead the nation over the last 5 or 6 years in one score, then it becomes a complete drag.
Right. Yeah. Then you're like, well, we've been almost there. 4 years in, we're almost there.
Yeah. But
we felt your pain tonight, Nebraska. Though. It was
I felt a lot more. I felt a lot more pain than that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to continue this this trend that we have.
Yeah, no. Well,
When did you guys give up hope tonight?
I think pretty much. I think when we were when the fumble return,
the fumble,
down 13-7.
Yeah, the fumble at the goal line where they returned it, for almost a touchdown when Cade, had that. Shout out to him for an effort play, nonetheless.
Yeah.
I don't know if the fumble was on him or the running, or no, it was on the running back. That was a handoff.
Yeah, that one just got punched out.
To
Phil
Maffa, but heck of a effort play by him. But when that happened, I was like, okay, yeah, this is just it. Just at that point in my mind, it just wasn't meant to be. Like, regardless of how many drives that we mounted, it was just going to end in disaster somehow in the red zone. In my mind at that point. So
I'm not gonna lie, I laughed at that point.
Me too.
I audibly laughed. I was like, I said, all you can do is laugh. They're like this. It was a comedy.
Normally, transparency behind the scenes for me watching a Clemson game. I always watch Clemson games alone because I tend to get just a little bit heated when it comes to college football. When it comes to my team anyway. So nobody wants to watch a football game with me when Clemson's playing, just because I tend to get a little animated there. But honestly, in this game, I was just like, I didn't even really yell tonight because
I didn't either.
At various points of the game, I did a little bit, but at various points of the game, I just found myself like, what are we doing? Like, is this for real right now? Like, am I really watching this? Like, this has to be a joke. I think I was watching Pigskin Pete do his live stream, and I commented in his chat section. I was like, this has to be a joke right now. Like, there's no way this is actually happening.
Yep.
But it was.
It was, and I just. In the fourth quarter, I watched that entire fourth quarter. I didn't speak once. I had a blank stare on my face. Like, I didn't scream, I didn't yell. It was just, I just chuckled. And every time when the interception happened late in that game, off the tip, I think it was it was off of.
I think you never expect stuff like that to happen. But yeah, like, to your point, like that interception, I was just like, yep, that's par for the course tonight. That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Why wouldn't we have a tipped interception? Why not?
We found new ways to lose. We found
creative ways tonight to lose a game. So, shout out to Clemson's offense for finding the most creative ways ever to lose a college football game. Way to go!
Yep. And let's continue with the super chats. XRP Tribe 33. He says, thank you for the $2. He says Dabo was up all night stressing over FSU. Go Noles. You know what? At this point, that could be possible. Dabo.
We're so far away from that game. Look, we don't need to be thinking about FSU right now. We need to be thinking about beating our lowly next opponent. I should be careful.
We need to figure out how to not beat ourselves right now.
We need to figure out how to punch a touchdown in when we're inside the 5-yard line. We need to figure that out first, and then we'll try to start game planning for FSU. Right now, that is the least of our worries. We're just trying to figure out how to score touchdowns right now without turning the ball over.
Yeah, and I did tweet out XRP. I was like, if the team that showed up tonight shows up in 3 weeks, it's going to be 2013 all over again. Don't say
that, because that memory of that game is burned into my psyche from now until forever.
At this point, I am fully prepared for that possibility.
I can't handle that again, man.
Nothing.
I can't handle it.
At this point, nothing can hurt me. I think after tonight, I just nothing else will surprise me. I mean, at this point, you got to hope Clemson is
Man,
competitive. They make enough strides in 2 weeks to be competitive.
we are at a low tonight, man. Good Lord.
Yeah. It's been a while since I felt this way.
This has not been a feeling for Clemson fans for a very long time. And, I know it's been a rough 2 years, but I really did, I mean, look, every fan base heading into every new season is optimistic, but I really did feel good about this Clemson team heading into this season. I felt great about it. Now, I don't know. I'm questioning everything that I originally thought about this team. Not like some of it is probably a little bit of an overreaction from this week, but I saw a lot of things tonight that I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how it gets cleaned up or how much it can improve over the next couple weeks because we don't have a lot of time. We don't got a lot of time until we start playing some serious competition.
And because this was a conference game, you put yourself behind the 8 ball in a serious way.
You're in the back seat right now.
Especially with no divisions. Don't kill me, I'm just a vibe. Thank you for the $5. He says Clemson has a Dabo problem. He brings in ex-players to coach, doesn't use the portal. A few portal wide receivers would have helped tonight. Fire Dabo, hire Prime. A little bit of an overreaction. But
yeah, that's a tag that as a week 1 overreaction right there. But hey, this is college football. This is what we do. We overreact.
I think it's partly in jest, but
yeah, I know.
But there is some truth to that. Number one, first and foremost, this falls on Dabo and the decisions that he has and hasn't made. So, I mean, I'll say, I mean, I don't trust him right now. I don't have much trust in
I don't think he's given the Clemson fan base a lot of reasons to trust him right now. I'm not obviously not on the fire Dabo train. Not at all. Not even a little bit. But I tell you what, I can't wait to go watch the post-game press conference. And see that will tell a lot. And see what he has to say about this performance tonight. Because I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm interested to see it.
Rashid Brown, thank you for the $2. He says Garrett needs to actually call the plays. Yeah, well, I mean, he was calling the plays, but
he is calling the plays.
You do have to wonder. Well, Dabo did have a play sheet tonight, so
I think
you do have to wonder.
I think he's referring to Dabo having a headset and a play sheet. Look, Dabo's had a headset and a play sheet for 10 years now. That's nothing new. It didn't start with Garrett Riley. It didn't start with Chad Morris or Tony Elliott or any of the other offensive players. He's always had that. No, I don't think Dabo Swinney's calling plays. I think Garrett Riley's calling plays. But I do get it. I think somebody mentioned that in one of the streams I was watching during the game tonight. They were like, "Oh, Dabo's got a play sheet." I'm like, yeah, he always does. That's just kind of what he does.
Yeah. All right. I hope I didn't miss. Steel Gamble, thank you for the $5. Well, actually, I think I skipped one. Let me go back. It will not let me. There we go. Ben, thank you for the $2. He says, Oprah 1,000 watch and give these guys 1,000 likes. Yeah, that would be great.
For sure.
Yeah, but you got the right idea. Thank you guys for tuning in. We still got 800 in right now, watching us, waffle around and just kind of process what just happened. So we appreciate it, all the comments, all of that. But yeah, make sure you guys hit that like button. It really does help Mark in the channel. So please do that.
Absolutely.
Steel Gamble, thank you for the $5. He says this felt like one of those wonky dreams you have where things go wrong and you can't explain it. Rumor has it that Dabo is in on the play calling. I haven't heard anything about that, but
where's this rumor coming from?
I don't know, but I am going to wake up this morning and it's going to feel like a fever dream. I just did not think that this was a result like this was in the cards.
Maybe we'll wake up and it'll just be Monday morning and the game wouldn't have been played yet. It's just
I was going to say, you guys are going to wake up in the morning and be like, "Did that didn't happen, did it?"
No way. What a terrible dream!
And then you see the a million messages that I have. My phone is a nuclear war zone right now. I've got people atting me, messaging me. This is wonderful. So I'm gonna have that to wake up to. I'm not looking at any of it tonight. I can't. But
pray for your local Clemson channel here, okay?
I'm gonna need some thoughts and prayers, and probably a little bit extra. And it's 1 a.m.
We're doing fine. Don't worry about us. We're doing just fine.
But if Dabo were hypothetically in on the play calling, that would be
disappointing
and problematic.
Yeah.
Because
please don't say that's true, because I have huge problems if that is the case. You don't bring in an offensive coordinator like Garrett Riley and then have a hand in play calling. That's just nonsensical.
Yep. All right, I think we got through all the super chats. Please if I missed one, please let me know.
We're good.
We got them. Okay, great.
One quick thing to consider, everyone watching as well, is that I'm seeing that still there's more people coming into the chat. So consider that regardless of when we wrap this up, that you guys can go back and watch what you missed. So you've missed 90 minutes here, so you can go back, watch what you missed. So even if you're jumping in here at this point, go back, check out the analysis off the top.
Yeah. And if I wasn't a Clemson fan, I'd definitely rewatch this. It's always
for sure. There was some good stuff in the beginning that those of you that just joined missed.
So. I also owe a public apology to the South Carolina fans. So real quick, I was a little premature in my gloating and celebration and over North Carolina's win on Saturday. It seems like both North Carolina schools had something to say about who the better football state was. For once, I can say I feel your pain, and honestly, I might be feeling a little bit worse because we got beat worse, at least on the. I don't know. I feel like there were less positives in our game somehow. So
that said, guys, a lot of people nationally are going to consider this a hit against the ACC because, of course, Clemson's considered the playoff contender and so forth. But when two conference teams play, I don't consider that a hit to the conference. Somebody had to win, somebody had to lose.
Right.
You can either elevate Duke or you can say the Clemson's not as good as they need to be. But on that note, I say it every offseason, I can't wait for the year when we can have a legitimate debate on best conference in the country, because it's been the SEC forever, and I would like to actually have that debate. Well, I know it's only 2 games, but aside from the SEC picking off Virginia against Tennessee, which is obviously not a fair fight, that North Carolina win was the one that impressed me. Of course, Florida State goes out. They get the marquee win against LSU, and then North Carolina, they found a defense somewhere. They found some toughness. They found some tackling. They found some play in the trenches on the defensive side. They ran the ball down South Carolina's throats. They didn't give up anything in the running game. It was impressive.
Yeah, they found a pass rush somehow.
Yes, that too.
They found a pass rush. They found an ability to greatly affect the quarterback for sure. Their run defense was absolutely amazing. Secondary still got a little bit of question marks there for them for sure. But yeah, their defense I would say is much improved from last year.
And you guys talk about 4 and 5 stars on the Clemson side that in various positional units that may not have been developed. That North Carolina defense, I've been waiting forever because the recruiting has not been an issue on that side of the ball.
Nope.
No.
Especially on the defensive line. I mean, they had guys on that roster everybody wanted. Miles Murphy, the other Miles Murphy, and not related to the Clemson one, but he was also, and I think they were in the same recruiting class too, which is pretty funny. But one was a top 30 recruit, another was a top like 150 or something. But Miles Murphy, Travis Shaw, guys like that, they did not have a talent issue on the defensive line, but it was very underwhelming play for the last couple of seasons. And that game is going to be a lot more interesting now, at least, this close to, we're not very close to that game, but this far out, looking at it, I really don't know a lot of games on Clemson's schedule look a little bit different now. So,
well, yeah, we'll
see. This is going to be a ride.
We'll see if this is the anomaly for Clemson or this is kind of what we can expect all season. And I don't think we'll really know that until week 4. Because we'll see what they do the next 2 weeks, but obviously greatly overmatched opponents for the next couple weeks for Clemson.
Yeah, there's not even a marginally acceptable barometer kind of game, like another conference game, like a Louisville or Georgia Tech or somebody before Florida State. It's just all of a sudden 2 scrimmages or what you hope to be scrimmages, and then bam, you get punched in the mouth with Florida State coming to town.
Yeah. So
not at this moment, not looking forward to that game. So I'm still going to go. But not.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. Not because I don't want to, just because I don't know. I might have to mortgage my house if I go to that game. Those tickets are out of control. Maybe they'll be a little bit less now. Maybe I can find some affordable tickets now that Clemson, kind of underperformed in week 1. Who knows? I doubt it, though.
Ooh, Ben here is a Michigan fan. Thank you for the contribution, Ben. Well, I wonder if that would have been Mark's feeling if Ohio State lost to Indiana. Yeah, or if Michigan would have lost to East Carolina. That didn't come close to happening. I know it was not the prettiest performance in the world, and I'm not defending Ohio State's effort in that game.
But they were never in danger of losing.
It wasn't really in question.
Yeah, you were never in danger of losing that game. Yeah, that's for sure.
It wasn't nowhere near as ugly as what Clemson just trotted out on the field. I guarantee you that.
I think those 2 teams could still be playing right now, and Ohio State would be giving up 3 points. I think Indiana would still have 3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah. They were not putting up any points. That's for sure. I wish that's how this game went. Especially now, it's like I'd do anything to just win. Beat Duke like 23-3 and just look kind of okay on offense, defense.
Like I said, I mean, going into halftime, I was like, okay, like that was bad. Like I think I texted you, Jordan, and I was like, I don't remember what I said, but it was like, something to effect of, wow, that was terrible. But we're still winning the game, and I expect better in the second half. And Clemson just never got it together at all in any way, shape, or form in the second half. And it's just I don't know. It was kind of a puzzling performance. If I'm being honest, I didn't really see it coming. and I don't really know what to think about the rest of Clemson season. And unfortunately, I don't believe the next 2 weeks tell us anything about that. Unfortunately, we have to play what looks to be a very, very, very good Florida State team in week 4 at Death Valley to really get the next real look at this Clemson Tiger team, which is not exactly how you would draw it up if you were a Clemson fan after week 1.
And you could beat Charleston Southern and Florida and FAU by a combined 100-0, and you're not really going to be able to.
The next
there's not really anything to glean from it.
Exactly. The next 2 games could be 200-0 combined, and it won't matter until we see them play a real team again, which will be Florida State in week 4. So
I'm just wondering why you guys didn't warn me, because all off season I wrestled between Clemson, Florida State, Clemson, Florida State. Who do I pick? Who do I pick? And I pulled the trigger and it was Clemson.
Yeah. Well,
yep.
I don't know why somebody didn't warn us, Mark.
That would have been
great. I don't. Yeah, where was our warning at? That Dabble didn't tell us anything. He led us astray. I don't know what happened. I thought this team was going to come out. I talked about it in the preview show that we did last Thursday. That I didn't expect this offense to come out and be, midseason form or look anything like TCU's offense last season. I said that, but I expected them to come out and physically dominate the line of scrimmage, run the ball really well, and then hopefully that would give way to the pass later on in the game. I saw it coming, I saw it being pretty close early on in the game. And then maybe second half, Clemson being able to lean on that run a little bit more, that opens up the pass. And then, it kind of gets away from Duke by, a couple touchdowns by the end of the game. Clearly, that was not the case. It did not go that way at all. Although some of our drives would have said that it was trending in that direction, we obviously couldn't finish in the red zone. So, I don't know.
Did you guys have any thoughts whether this was going back to the hiring of Garrett Riley, or now that you saw what you saw tonight, that was more Sonny Dykes than Garrett Riley at TCU? Because Sonny Dykes is an offensive guy, offensive guru. He, coached Jared Goff. He had really good offenses, especially at SMU. And that's, going back to his dad. And, that's his forte. And anytime there's a seriously offensive-minded head coach and then they've got an offensive coordinator, I always wonder about that dynamic and how much of that offense is really the coordinators.
Yeah, I will say I thought about it, but it was never something that I really gave a whole lot of weight to, because I think when a lot of people think of a situation like that, I think the difference maker for me was Garrett Riley called the plays at TCU. And so my thinking was, well, it's not like we're going to get a guy that's just running somebody else's, is just, completely running someone else's offense. And he doesn't really have much say in how the play calling, all of that was. And I think that's one of the things that Clemson desperately needed was the play calling aspect, and not, completely on the scheme. So, but it was something that did enter my mind. But when I never really considered it to be sort of like, you think of Miami hiring Josh Gaddis last offseason. I think that one was a little bit more of a
that is exactly the name I thought of when you said that, because Harbaugh runs his offense. It's going to be his offense, and it was.
Yeah. I didn't view those two situations similarly, and I think the sentiments, within the coaching industry were very different about those two hires too. I mean, with Gaddis, there was kind of some head. It's like, I don't really know if he's that good within coaching circles, but then, this offseason when Dabo made the hire, it was like, wow, Dabo really got himself a good one. Like this was a home run hire, and Garrett Riley is well thought of within the industry, and he's got a bright future. And I don't think tonight necessarily has disproved it, but it is something to consider for sure. But I guess what I want to see now is what's the response? What do we take from tonight, and how do things change? What are we going to do to make Cade more comfortable? What are we going to do to get more out of these wide receivers? If those questions are answered, then I think I'll start to I won't necessarily like look at Garrett Riley in that light. So
what is your percentage breakdown on if the offensive fault has to be talent, execution, development, or play calling? If those are the four components to success or failure, how would you divide that?
Oh man. Okay. Well, let's kind of do it in percentages. I would say I'm going to go 40 to 50% development. That's that's kind of where I'm at. I think that the guys that you have on the roster right now have been more or less the same since they've been on campus, especially in the wide receiver room. I think Cade in some ways has gotten better. I think he's been less reckless with the ball than he was last year. Not by much, but in other aspects, it's still more of the same of what we saw. But really, it's really just and then the offensive line. I thought they played well, but they didn't really take that jump that I was hoping. So I'm going to give it like 40 to 50% development. And then what's the other one?
It seems like it's pretty much 0% lack of talent. Like there's not.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I won't say 0% because I don't think these wide receivers are as talented as Clemson has had in the past. So I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. But I'll say like more like 10% talent, and then I guess you could split the difference of that 40% between play calling and I don't remember what the other one was.
Yeah, well, execution you could put
execution
in terms of development. It's the executions on the players. Like if everything else is going well, they're talented players. They've been coached up correctly, and you call the right play, but the wide receiver just drops the ball or somebody just misses a block. Well, and he's been coached well. There's going to be some there. I only asked that question because of both of your analysis on Garrett Riley and how much was the play calling. It sounds like in listening to your analysis for 90 minutes, it's been a lot of development. Issues.
Yeah.
I think that the development is, and I think it's something that was coming. I mean, especially in hindsight, was coming down the pipe for a while. I thought you saw the beginnings of it in 2020. Trevor Lawrence's last year, that you had that last, you kind of had the last remnants of what Amari Rodgers and Cornell Powell had really good seasons, but that wide receiver room as a whole wasn't as good as we had seen in previous years. And then obviously we saw what happened in 2021 and 2022 and up to now. It's the guys you're bringing in aren't getting much better. And I mean, in the one, your most productive receiver, Antonio Williams, he hasn't appeared to, it's one game, but he hasn't appeared to make that next step. He's just been solid, dependable for the most part, but not really a game changer. And I think that's the biggest problem is there's nobody in this room right now that I think any defense has to think about on a continual basis. Every single play, it's like I got to identify where is he on the field. We don't have Clemson used to have that, and Sammy Watkins, DeAndre Hopkins, T. Higgins, Justin Ross, Mike Williams. Like you had to know where those guys were at any given time. Hunter Renfrow, you had to always have an eye on. Like even guys like like Sharon Peake, Deion Kane, Artavis Scott. Like you don't even have like those type of players right now. And
No, you don't. And Clemson's wide receiver room for several years now has lacked a wide receiver one. You don't have that guy that you can go to when you need it, and he's gonna deliver. You don't got that guy that defenses look at and they're like, man, I don't know what we're going to do with that, right? Like a Mike Williams, a Justin Ross, like all the guys that you've already mentioned. A third and Renfro. It was called a third and Renfro for a reason, because for whatever reason on third down, that dude was always open and he was always past the sticks, right? So you don't have a wide receiver one in this room right now. You haven't for a long time. I was looking for maybe Bo Collins to make that step this year. Maybe an Adam Randall with his size and his athleticism. I don't think an Antonio Williams, as good as he is, no disrespect, I don't think he can be a wide receiver one just because he's a smaller body guy. He's more of a slot guy, more of a quick twitch type of guy. You need, really those two guys I just mentioned, Bo Collins or Adam Randall. Which one of those guys are going to step up and be your wide receiver one? The go-to player. The guy that the defense know the ball's coming to him, but he's going to come down with it anyway, right? It's just something that Clemson hasn't had, and that goes back to the development issue when it comes to the coaching staff. I don't know that Tyler Grisham is the answer for these wide receivers. And, as I said earlier in the podcast, that, it's just without an immense amount of growth throughout this season, I don't think he should be there next year. I think the course is run. I think you've seen what you need to see. It's clearly not getting better. Our receivers are still not getting separation. I remember, thinking back to fall camp and all the reports coming out of fall camp. Oh, Dabo Sweetie talking to the media saying, hey, this is our fastest team that we've seen based off the metrics that we tracked, which is, that catapult system that they wear that tracks their GPS and their speed and all that kind of stuff, right? This is the fastest team. Well, where was it tonight? Where was that speed? Because it didn't translate onto the field of play against Duke tonight. It just didn't, and he was asked about the position group or what he was looking to see the most tonight in game one. He said the offensive line. And although they had, a fairly good game as far as run blocking, pass blocking was still an issue tonight. So all the question marks that he reassured us about, there's still question marks after week one. So it doesn't give you a whole lot of, confidence for, heading into really what will be the meat of this schedule. We got a couple weeks to figure it out. I guess that's the best thing that we can say coming out of tonight, seeing as how execution was a problem tonight. Let's not let the players off of the hook tonight. I know we've talked a lot about development as far as the coaching staff goes and some of the things that, we have issues with along the coaching staff. Let's not let the players off the hook tonight. They played terrible. Execution tonight was poor in crucial situations, and that's not on the coaches. That's on players in big-time situations. There were several drops tonight at the first down marker. Antonio Williams dropped one. A couple other guys dropped them at the first down marker. And Cade, as much as he made, some poor throws tonight, some of those drops were on really good throws that would have been first downs that would have extended Clemson's drive. So the players got to clean up just as much as the coaching staff. They need to go back. They need to look in the mirror, and they really need to evaluate what went wrong tonight in themselves. because they were clearly not out there executing the game plan as it was laid out. So there's a lot of that out there. I don't know.
Yeah, Steel Gamble, thank you for the $2. He basically just re-echoing our sentiments. If things don't improve, Grisham needs the axe. And, I don't love, calling for people's job and stuff like that. But
No.
that is something that is something that can and should be on the table, especially considering the message that Dabo sent in the offseason. Letting go of Brandon Streeter and the meeting he had with the coaching staff said, he and for those of you that are new and don't follow the Clemson program, Dabo had a meeting post after the Orange Bowl, and after firing Brandon Streeter, and he said, I love every single one of you, and this is this is a family, but I'm not afraid to blow it all up if I have to. And if it does come to that, I hope that Dabo actually, is a man of his word and makes whatever changes need to be made, because there's no excuse for what happened tonight. Then this program is it's a shell of itself, and
you're
a lot of that falls on him.
You're too good. You're too talented. In order for what happened tonight to happen. It's inexcusable. It should have never happened. And they need to fix it. And they need to fix it fast, because week 4 is right around the corner. And I don't look forward to getting embarrassed in our own building. Like we're rewinding the clocks back to 2013. No Clemson fan wants to see that. I'm sure FSU fans would love it, but I'm not.
They would.
I'm not trying to rewind the clocks back to 2013. I got no interest in it. So they better figure it out, man. They got 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks to figure it out.
All right, guys. Appreciate you doing this for us. And again, Craven and Jordan get together every Clemson game. So join them for post game. They think they're safe the next 2 weeks. Then they don't know about the week after that. They think they are.
Yeah, nothing would surprise the way this offense looks. It could be another. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen Clemson, the past couple of seasons struggle with an inferior opponent. I mean, listen, if you look bad against Charleston Southern and Florida Atlantic, yeah, I mean you can pretty much kiss any hope of having a somewhat decent year goodbye. And you can go ahead and hand Florida State the ACC trip. Well, let me not go that far, because maybe someone else does it, but you're not going to be in that conversation, that's for sure. But yeah, I've exhausted everything I had to say, and
there's
ready to go
nothing more to say.
Sleep this off like a bad hangover.
It was a terrible game, terrible execution. Some positives to take away, but I can't really think of any to highlight right now, because it was just a rough night, but I know there's a lot of people celebrating in our misery, and I get it. It's college football. That's what it's about. But, hopefully we can, turn some things around these next 2 weeks. I think we're safe, but all bets are off at this point. And then, it'll be the showdown in the Valley with Florida State. So thanks for sharing the post-game live with us, Mark. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Being our support system here while we were spiraling out of control for, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
It's the all-in show, guys. Get there on Thursday, everyone. Thursday at 7 Eastern with these two. So I would expect if you love college football discussion, debate, analysis, and the passion that these guys bring, check them out on Thursday night at 7 Eastern. Guys, appreciate all that you do. Sorry it didn't land the right way on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
You guys have felt the pain a lot less than just about any other fan base the last 10 years or so. Look at it that way.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I mean, things that it could be worse.
For sure.
But it's going to take a while to get over this one. That's for sure.
Although certainly looking at the closing run against the likes of South Carolina, Notre Dame, and Tennessee, November to January, and then wrapping it around the schedule to the first game of 23. The most recent results against everybody except the North Carolina game and the ACC championship game have certainly not been pretty. That's not a good trend.
No, not at all.
No.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Good night. Thank you, everybody in the chat section. Appreciate you guys coming to hang out with us tonight. We'll see you on Thursday.
Later, y'all.
Folks, we have had a few requests here in the chat to take a few calls, so I will do that before we sign off. So I'm dropping the link in the chat. So the link to call the show is in the chat. Also, we've left it in the description section of the video. So we'll take a couple calls here, going once, going twice kind of thing. So if you guys want to call, certainly jump on in. We got two regulars showing up here. Jackson, what's going on tonight?
Not much. Just a fantastic upset by the Duke Blue Devils. History was made for the first time since 1989. And ironically enough, it was against Clemson. Oh, man.
Yeah, so that's the first time that they won since 89 against Clemson?
First time that they have beaten a top 10 team since 1989. And it was ironically against Clemson then.
Okay.
That was in Steve Spurrier's third year.
And that's the only time that Duke has won an ACC championship.
Oh, yeah.
They won the ACC championship, I think it was 1989 under Spurrier. It was 89, 90. Let's see, whatever last year he had there before he went to Florida. And yes, there's some outstanding numbers here. 1937 was the last time that Duke, what did I see? This is Duke's biggest win over Clemson, 21 points since 1937.
Yeah.
And they were 0-13 against ranked teams in opening games as well. So there's that. And again, I know I said this near the beginning of the broadcast, and I've said this a zillion times during the offseason, but I just think this is astounding that Duke was 1-17 in the ACC, their previous 18 games before Mike Elko took over. And they went 9-4. They won a bowl game. They didn't lose a game by more than one score. That he's turned it around that quickly with the roster that was left by David Cutcliffe is just astounding to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people giving Duke grief because of the fact that they were having an easy schedule last year. But now I don't think a lot of people are really going to give Duke football any grief.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't know what they're talking about if they do.
Right.
I don't know what they would be giving grief to. Maybe their history. That's going to take a long time to turn that around. But the here and now is that Duke's a really good football team.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. I'm curious to see what it's going to be like if they're 4-0 going into Notre Dame on September 30th. Wouldn't it be awesome if we saw Duke and Notre Dame both 4-0 going in? Like, I mean, think about game day, Pat McAfee and Herbert Street, everyone there. I mean, it would be nuts.
Yeah, the way Ohio State's playing on offense, maybe that's going to be a letdown game for Clemson. They're going to have to, or for Notre Dame, they're going to have to get up for the Duke game, and then the Ohio State game is just going to be some kind of letdown game.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be wild. I mean, Duke's got pretty easy for right now. They got Lafayette, and then week 3, Northwestern is coming over to Duke, and then they got to go to UConn.
Duke's after the Ohio State game. Okay.
Yep.
For Notre Dame. Yeah. I'm interested in this NC State game coming up this Saturday. Noon, ABC, Notre Dame at NC State. And I know that the Wolfpack was not dominant in any way against UConn, but still, they're capable. They've got a good defense. Brendan Armstrong at quarterback. That's going to be a good ball game, I think.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, week 2's got a lot of great games, and top 25, it's going to be cluttered tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know about that other top 25 that doesn't really matter, but the top 25 that I deliver in the morning, that's going to be intriguing. And again, if you have yet to take in my top 25 that actually makes sense, folks, look out, because you're going to be shocked, because it's based just on the results on the field. So the team playing tonight, the results one of the best in the country. So,
and I gotta say, there's gonna be a lot of suitors looking for Elko.
Oh,
there's gonna be
yes. Oh, absolutely. They're going to be suitors. And speaking of the media poll, the AP and the coaches poll, so Clemson started the week at number 9. Duke was unranked. Now let's see if they actually get this right, or if they just drop Duke or drop Clemson 10 spots and then Duke barely makes it in, or whatever the dynamic there. It's just rarely makes sense. But
what I saw was a top 15 team tonight against Clemson.
I agree.
I mean, that's a winner right there.
I agree, Jackson.
I mean, I'm loving what Elko's bringing for Duke. But then again, I did think about what you put out on Twitter tonight, where you put out some of the historical losses, like Miami losing to Florida and Florida losing to Ole Miss, and how everybody needs to remember that somebody having a bad day in September does not mean the end of the world.
Yeah, I sent a tweet, everyone. I basically lined up like very narrow wins against marginal teams or losses against marginal teams. So I wasn't just finding losses because you could find a ton of those, but I was finding like losses to like 500 teams. So the LSU loss against Florida State would not have made my list. I was looking for teams.
Ohio State, Virginia Tech, 2014.
Yeah, those kind of games where they're losing to a 5, 6, 7 loss team in September, and we're able to rally to either win the national championship or contend for the national title. So it's not a good sign for Clemson, but it's possible. It's been done to come back from this.
Well, it is the world of college football. Anything can happen.
All right, Jackson. Anything else?
That's about all, my man. And I'm looking forward to your top 25 and the whole top 25 as a whole. And when all of that releases, I'm taking some notes.
All right. All right, Jackson. Sounds good. You have a good night.
You too. Sleep well, man.
All right. We'll keep it moving. We got Jeffrey on the line. Jeffrey, what's going on tonight?
Yeah, not much. Really good football game on Labor Day, and even though Labor Day is now over, I mean, technically it still feels like it, even though it's 1:39 in the morning. But I just wanted to come on here and talk for a few minutes about Clemson and this Duke game, and talk about both sides here, not just how Clemson's fallen off the edge of the earth and they're no good anymore, and they're now Miami and all this kind of stuff, but look at both sides of this game. I'm watching this game, and I'm seeing a team that, like you mentioned, Mark, went down the field several times and just completely blew it over and over and over again. 2 touchdowns that were taken away because of 2 fumbles. And then you talk about 2 blocked field goals. I mean, you think about the score if that all happens. And and Jordan and Tiger Paw were talking about how they got destroyed out there. That's 28-27. If you hit those 2 field goals and you get those 2 touchdowns, that's not a blowout. That's a 1-point loss. How is that the end of the earth? How is it the end of the world for Clemson? It's not. They technically barely lost again. I understand that the score is not indicative, always of the result. And a lot of people will say that the score is always indicative of the final result. I'm the believer of the first. It's not, because you talk about Ohio State, Indiana. Yes, that was a 23-3 game, but realistically, Ohio State is better than that. That's why they were favored by 30. They took their foot off the gas. They were kind of just letting Indiana not get destroyed because of the way Indiana was playing the game. They were not playing the game to actually try to win. They were playing the game not to get murdered. That was what Indiana was doing. Whereas with this game here, again, if Clemson does what they're supposed to do, go down the field, score those touchdowns, score those field goals, they lose by 1 point. I mean, it's just not what everyone's saying, or everyone's overreacting here and saying that Clemson is horrible. And the thing is Tiger Paul made a mention of how 3 or 4 transfers wouldn't have made a difference to the score. Yes, it would have. That is insane to suggest that Clemson not adding a couple of really talented portal players would make a difference. Yeah, it would make a difference. I mean, look at Colorado. Their entire team's a bunch of transfers, and they just beat TCU. Now Dion is a candidate for Coach of the Year and all this. And Colorado's going to go 9-3. In people's mind, that's probably still not realistic. It's just the sport's changed. The sport has changed, and I respect Dabo Swinney. I really, really do respect Dabo Swinney not using the portal. I know why. He's made it clear why he doesn't use the portal, because you don't have time to evaluate players as much or as long as you do with high school recruiting. I get it, because you see what's happening with some of these players going to these programs, and then bad things go wrong. They just do, because they're not vetted. You don't like to use that word, but you know what I'm saying. So I respect Dabo for that. But when you do not change with the rest of the sport, and you do not do a key thing that everyone else around you is doing, it causes you to slip. And everyone's talking. I saw a tweet online saying that, Ohio State broke Clemson. Ohio State didn't break Clemson. The transfer portal started coming around, and then Clemson slowly but surely starting to get a little worse. And it's clear. You look at that roster, it is not Alabama. It's not Georgia. Look at Bama. Bama fixes their problems. Their O-line was a bit weak. They brought in a really good transfer offensive line from Vanderbilt. Their tight end room was a bit weak. They just got a tight end from Maryland. Those are the little fixes that you bring in through the portal. That's why Bama's roster and Georgia's roster is a lot better than Clemson. They might have the 7th best roster in the country, but like you always say, Mark, the 7th best team is a lot lower than the top 4. And that's where Clemson finds themselves right now. They are not what they used to be, because Dabo Swinney, despite I respect him for not doing it, him not using the portal is almost single-handedly the entire reason why they're completely falling off the edge of the earth. They're nowhere near where they once were. And I get that the coaching changes matter too, because everyone's blaming the head coach. Yes, the assistants matter. I've made it clear tons of times on here that when Indiana had Kane Womack and Kalen DeBoer, they were good. When they had Michael Penix, they were good. They're all gone now. What's Indiana? The laughing stock of the Big Ten again. Well, Clemson doesn't have Brent Venables anymore. They don't have some of those old offensive coordinators they used to have. The new guys, Garrett Riley can coach. It's going to take some time. I don't know really about the defense, but the Clemson guys on there were saying that the defense wasn't as bad as the problem. It's the offense. I think they'll get it figured out. And the ACC, everyone talks about how weak it is, so I'm sure Clemson will find a way to win 8, 9, 10 games at least. They're not going to be a playoff, contender, more than likely, not impossible, but more than likely. But they're not falling off the edge of the earth. You get a few transfers like Florida State does, but tone that down, not getting 10, 12, 15 guys like they do, but get a couple guys to shore up the areas that are weak, because they don't have speedy receivers. Get a quick, flashy little receiver from a mid-level Big Ten team, poach him away, and you're good to go on that side of the field. That guy's going off for 150 yards, 3 touchdowns, like Keon Coleman, everyone mentioned in chat at Florida State. I mean, those are the little things Clemson needs. They're not falling off the edge of the earth. Dabo hasn't forgotten how to coach. Dabo is not now a loser, can't figure anything out. It's all overreaction. They should have lost this game by 1 point. They choked. They made a lot of mistakes, and that's all I have to say, really.
If you look at Florida State and their top 10 players, and I'm just throwing out 10 as a number, basically their top group of players, as I mentioned to Tiger Paul when he made the comment about not thinking that the portal needed to be a factor. If you look at Florida State, take their top 10 players, I guarantee 7 or 8 of them are transfer portal players. Even Jordan Travis himself was an original Louisville signee. He's a transfer. Trey Benson, he's their best running back. He's a transfer from Oregon. Their best wide receiver, Keon Coleman, transfer Michigan State. Their other best wide receiver, Johnny Wilson, transfer Arizona State. Their tight end, who was making plays last night, who was just a freak, future NFL player, body type for that position, Jaheim Bell, transfer, South Carolina. Offensive line, a number of players up front that were very experienced players at places like in the MAC and elsewhere. Bunch of transfer players. Their best defensive player, Jared Verse, was one of these types that came out of high school, lightly regarded, just was a late developer in regards to body type, explosion, and all that, and just exploded at Albany, of all places. Transfer, Florida State. They picked up what might be their best D tackle, Braden Fisk, Western Michigan. Transfer. On it, Ventrell Cypress, all ACC first team cornerback at Virginia last year, transfer to Florida State. Is all conference cornerback. They went and got him.
Yeah,
all those players.
And they did that because their roster had tons of holes. Clemson doesn't have to do that. All they have to do is bring in 3 to 5, maybe 6 guys at the max to fix their little small holes.
Sure.
That
like
we're glaring because it's
State
a week 1 game. It was a week 1 game. You're playing on the road against a comparable team. This isn't Duke from 3 years ago. They're much better. And the fact that, like, everyone's talking about Mike Elko already getting poached, which I hope he doesn't leave Duke, because I'm one of those guys that just loves when coaches like that stay at that school. I really hope he don't leave, but I would not blame him at all whatsoever if he did, because he's going to get calls from everywhere. Some coach is going to get fired, and he's going to be the top guy for it more than likely, even though he's only been at Duke for 2 years. But beside that point, Duke is not a bad team, and they played really well. And yes, Tiger Paul and Jordan Bowman were both correct. Duke made a lot of mistakes too, but that's week 1. Were Florida State and LSU flawless? No. They both made mistakes in that game. And LSU should have beat Florida State last year, but they missed an extra point and they blew that game. And totally blew that game. Made way too many mistakes. This year, they made mistakes again, but you can argue that the mistakes, even if they didn't make them, they still probably would have lost maybe, because Florida State did win by 3 scores, but that's debatable in itself. But again, this is a week 1 game, tough game they had to play. And I've seen a lot of people say that if you come on here and say that you thought Duke had a shot, then you're flat out wrong. I literally said this 2 days ago when I talked about this game before it happened. I said, I'm picking Clemson to win by 10, but I would not be surprised if Duke won. It's on record. I said it. And I didn't pick them. But the thing is that I don't see how thinking that Duke had a shot is insane. This is not one of those games where Bowling Green beating Minnesota. That's insane. No one was expecting. Indiana beating Ohio State is insane. Duke beating Clemson, this Clemson team, this Duke team in this year, it's not insane. This isn't 3 years ago. Clemson's not as good because they have some holes. They're not many, but they have some holes, and they need to fix them. And I don't think Dabo, if he does not change and adapt to the portal, they're not going to ever be a championship level team again. I don't think in his era. They have to change. I don't like all the change. I've been on here before. I'm acting like a boomer on here about it's the 1980s and saying that in 60s or whatever. Then we need to go back to the Big East and the Big 8 and the Southwest Conference, and we need to go back to all it is about money, and we need to go back to the old style of football run, and it's 10-7, and people were satisfied with that instead of being 45-42. I mean, I've said all these things. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. So even though I have my ills with the portal, it is what it is. You got to use it. Everyone's using it but you. And that's why they're slipping. And if they were in the SEC right now, it would have been apparent a long time ago before now. It's becoming apparent now, but it's only the ACC being not good is why they've gotten by. They almost lost to Georgia Tech and North Carolina a couple years ago, And both those teams were bad. That was that North Carolina team was 6-7. Remember, North Carolina went for 2 and they didn't get it. That showed you Clemson was declining already. They were starting to slip. This wasn't the Syracuse thing where Syracuse had the game of their life kind of deal. No, you could just tell that Clemson was not the same. They're really not the same now.
Yeah, all you have to do is pull up their results from the last 2 seasons, going 10-3 2 years ago, going 11-3 this last year, and they have a long list of struggling with Boston College and Syracuse and those kind of schools, but figuring out a way to win. And then to me, the real telling part is, and this was a bad ACC last year, where Clemson goes 8-0. Wins a conference championship game by 29 points over North Carolina. So they go 9-0 in the ACC, but everything outside the ACC, they lose to South Carolina. They get blown out by Notre Dame. They get blown out by Tennessee. So they had 3 marquee matchups outside the conference, and it did not go well in any one of the 3. And now you tack this. And so all of those are in November and the January bowl game. And now the first game of, they're on a run of like 4 bad games in about 5 or 6 against legitimate opponents.
I mean, because you talk about, like you mentioned, Jaheim Bell, perfect example, going from South Carolina to Florida State. Look at South Carolina. I mean, not saying that just because he left, they'd have won, because that offensive line was the problem for sure. Them getting sacked over a Rattler, but it made a difference. That's a big target they lost. When you lose guys, it makes a difference. And even though Clemson's not losing guys at the portal that much, it's just it's the natural attrition. They're losing guys to the draft. I know that sounded like a complete idiosyncrasy because I just said they don't lose guys to the portal. They lost DJ to the portal, but everyone wanted DJ gone. Everyone wanted DJ to be as far away from the Clemson program as possible, and they got their wish. He's at Oregon State now, and now he wins that game over San Jose State 50-17 or whatever. Now everyone's saying that they want him back. It's not how it works. You pick Klubnik. It's like a Penix Ramsey thing. I like Ramsey a lot at Indiana. I was a proponent for Peyton Ramsey. He was safe. He didn't make a lot of mistakes, and he was just a smart guy. But he wasn't as talented as Penix. He didn't have the upside of Penix. So what did Tom Allen do? He went with Penix. Ramsey transferred to Northwestern, took him to the Big Ten championship game, even if it was a bit lucky. But Klubnik, Dabo has to see that there's higher end potential here than with DJ, or the transfer would have never occurred. It just wouldn't have. He would have stayed because Dabo would have said, okay, DJ, you're still the starter. We're getting Garrett Riley. We're going to fit this exactly what you want to do or what you're good. No, it didn't happen. He's gone. Klubnik's in. So Klubnik's the guy here. There's no other options. This isn't like in years past where they've had Kelly Bryant hanging around and then they've replaced him. This is Klubnik's team. The broadcast made it apparent, and they're going to have to figure it out. And they're going to have to do it without an elite football team because they don't have portal players to fill the spots that they need.
Yeah, it's Klubnik's team unless, and this is not a probability, this is a small, minute possibility that Deshaun Watson was only a freshman when they put him in halfway through the season. Trevor Lawrence, obviously, you could tell that was the intent from the beginning of his freshman season, that Kelly Bryant was the incumbent starter. Dabo wanted to give him the respect of maintaining the job, and then he switched it when there wasn't great production at the quarterback spot. And he knew, of course, from scouting him and from having him in practice every day, that Trevor Lawrence was going to be a generational quarterback. The only thought I'm making there is they've got this quarterback, Chris Vizina. He's a 5-star, and he's on the bench. Now, I have no idea if he's the next Deshaun Watson or Trevor Lawrence, but he is ranked in that type of sphere. So unless there's any kind of thought that maybe he's ready to go, he's most likely not, because again, he's a true freshman, and I don't even think he enrolled early. So you're right. There's about a 98% certainty it's Cade Klubnik and no other options. So he's the guy.
That's a good point. I mean, I definitely didn't even think about that. But like you said, I mean, odds are slim because, I mean, Lawrence, I mean, the generational talents like that occur sometimes. And like you said, I mean, Kelly Bryant, he had him out there, and then he went with Lawrence because he just popped. He went out there and just was the guy. and he made like that run. Like we didn't even know how good he was until he did that run in that game. That's when we're like, okay, we knew he was really good, but now he's elite. But like you said, unless that occurs, it's Klubnik's team, and they're just going to have to find a way to make it work. And I think that they're good. They're going to, I saw a few comments in chat saying they're not going to make a bowl game. I don't see that. The raw talent of Clemson, because I know it sounds like a contradiction of what I just said, how they're not what they used to be. They don't have the talent they used to have. They're a step below. They needed portal guys to replace, get them more on the level of Bama, Georgia, and all that. But they're still way more talented than every single team in the ACC, besides maybe Florida State. They're way more talented than North Carolina. They're way more talented than Miami. They've got way more talent than every single other team in the conference. They're not going to suddenly go 5-7. It's impossible. If they were in the SEC and they played like they just did and they had a tough schedule, maybe they could go 5-7 if everything went wrong. But even then, I still think they'd make a bowl. But they'll make a bowl game.
What is most likely to happen? Most likely. Now they could fix it, and they could be one of these teams that I put on a list earlier tonight that lost to a bad team in September. And I'm not calling Duke a bad team, but lost to a non-championship contending team in September, and they turned it around and turned into a championship level team. That's probably not going to happen. But what you're talking about also probably not going to happen. This is probably a 9-3. 8-4 at worst team that loses to Florida State and may get embarrassed 3 weeks from now. Who knows? Based on what we saw. Then they lose, maybe at North Carolina State. They lose to Notre Dame, and maybe somebody else like a South Carolina and North Carolina picks them off, and they go 9-3 or 8-4. That's what they look like. Knowing everything that we know about their talent, Dabo and his staff and their ability, and what they showed tonight, both good and bad, that's probably what they are this year.
I 100% agree. It's in the middle. I don't see them going 5-7. I don't see them being CFP. They're gonna finish 8-4, 9-3 more than likely, and yet that's still gonna be not a good sign, obviously, because that's continuing the trend of Clemson's no longer elite. I don't think they're elite right now. No. And I know that someone will say, okay, Jeffrey, you wouldn't have said that before this game. Yes, I would have.
Yes.
Clemson is not elite anymore.
They weren't the last 2 years.
Showed on the telecast that they are ranked 9th, the first time they were not a preseason top 5 team since 2015. That shows you that they're not elite in the eyes of the media anymore, because in college football, you have to be in the top 5 to be elite anymore. You have to be. If you're not in the top 5, that doesn't mean you can't get there. Obviously, Michigan was unranked and they made the playoff, but then they lost to TCU, so that's a whole other thing. You don't have to be, but it's just the perception that Clemson was starting to trend in the wrong direction. We already knew that. And no one was really, like, even when me and you, we talked before the season, and we talked about the teams besides Georgia, Ohio State, Bama, Michigan, etc., the teams outside of that could get there. When we talked about that next tier, like LSU, Florida State, Clemson, all that, we said it was slim on any of them. Penn State, all of those teams, it's slim, and 2 of them just lost already. LSU and Clemson. Not that if they won out, they'd make the playoff, but like you said, the odds are very, very slim. Penn State and Florida State, Washington, maybe these teams have a chance, but it's not the highest probability in the world. USC as well, they're in that group. Maybe they can, but we already said with Clemson it was slim, so it's not like we were really ever thinking that they were a playoff team.
Well, Clemson was obviously an elite from 2015 through 2020, and then Trevor Lawrence walked off the field, and we didn't know. We thought, okay, are they going to find the next guy? And DJ was a 5-star, so based on the track record and what they had built, we go into 2021 thinking they're probably still elite. And DJ had obviously had those 2 starts against Notre Dame and Boston College and showed that he was going to carry the mantle forward. But then they go 10-3. They lose 3 games. But because of everything that they accomplished before that, the debate was, okay, are they no longer elite? Or did they just have a down season and drop 3 games and they're going to bounce right back? Well, they record-wise bounced back early in the season, showed probably if you looked at their performance, no, they're not elite, but they're winning games. And then they just cratered against anybody good at the end of last season, South Carolina, Notre Dame, Tennessee. Now you move into this, that elite status is history. We gave them the benefit of the doubt to see, okay, was one season an aberration? No, they have taken a drop from being top 2 or 3 program in the country to top
maybe
12?
10, maybe 12. Yeah, in that range.
Something in that range. Yeah.
Because, I mean, you talk about like Penn State. Penn State's like the epitome of non-elite. You know, they're good. They get great recruiting class, but they can't finish the job. Last season, like, it's funny to me how people think Penn State can be more elite this year, still losing 1 or 2 games, when last year they won every single game except the 2 top teams in the Big Ten, Michigan, Ohio State. They went 11-2. Cam Rising got injured, but they destroyed Utah in the bowl game. They basically ran over everybody in the Big Ten, but they're still not elite. Penn State was better than Clemson last year for the majority of the season. But yet Clemson, like you said, because of what they've done previously, was still considered above Penn State. Now it's probably reversed right now today. But that's the thing. It's all about narrative. Penn State was really good last year. They just didn't beat the top 2 teams in the Big Ten. They were really good. And, you know, maybe they'll be better, but they could still lose the same 2 games. But I don't even really know. I guess basically the point I'm making is just Clemson's not elite anymore, and it is what it is. And hopefully for Dabo Swinney, I know he understands that. Obviously, he's looking at this program. He's sitting probably in his chair if he hasn't sleep yet, and he's probably like, "Man, we're not elite anymore." Obviously, I mean, he has to know that.
Sure.
Everybody knows that now, but you fix it, and he can fix it. And even if it has to compromise some of the, I don't want to use the term values because it just sounds for some people a bad word. You don't want to ever use the word values, but even if it compromises his philosophy, you know, that's a term people like to use more now. Yeah. Philosophy of not using the portal, I understand it, but he's going to have to do it because even Tom Allen, he's publicly stated in the past that he doesn't really like the portal because him and Dabo are similar people, philosophy-wise, value-wise, whatever word you want to use. But even Tom Allen realized with his, as most people would term, destitute program, if they're going to have any shot of doing anything, you got to bring in transfers. Like literally the only reason Indiana didn't get blown out 50-3 against Ohio State was because of the fact that their defense actually wasn't bad. And most of the guys that made plays besides Aaron Casey were transfers. Jacob Mangum-Farrar from Stanford. You know, you brought in Jameer Johnson from Texas. You brought in Andre Carter from Western Michigan. Like you said, even Florida State brought in guys from the MAC. They weren't all from the higher schools. That's all Clemson has to do. And Dabo, you can usually get a vibe if someone is on, you know, your terms, the terms you want. You know, you look at a guy and he doesn't seem to fit your values. I mean, it's hard when you only see him in a short meeting or 2, but you can still get a vibe. And I don't see why Dabo can't just change that a little bit. Just realize that, hey, we're not where we need to be. We're an elite program. Just bring in a few guys, and everything will be okay. And then there will be no more talk of Clemson falling off the edge of the earth.
Yeah, even Nick Saban, roughly 10 years ago, made a statement that he didn't like where college football was headed in regards to the style of play on the field.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to run the ball, wants to throw it 15, 20 times, wants defense to be the main part of the game, but said, I can't do anything about it. I can't dictate it. It's changing regardless. So, you know, it goes from Greg McElroy and AJ McCarron managing games to Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones and those guys throwing 50 passes a game. And he changed and he adapted. He still has stated a couple times, I don't really like it, but he didn't want to get run over. He was going to stay with the times and adapt. And that's what Dabo's going to need to do. I don't think there's any question about that. All right, Jeffrey, I got a line of calls here, so I'm going to let you go here, but I appreciate you calling in.
Definitely, I had a blast talking to her. Definitely want to talk about this game. And basically, the funny thing about what you just said is that you talk about that change right there, going from run style to pass style. That seems like one of the least of all of the changes that have happened in the last 10 years. I never would have thought all this stuff would have happened. So it's insane, but thanks for having me on. I can't wait to look forward to week 2. This was a great week 1.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeffrey. Let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Next up, we got Raven checking in. Raven, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on?
Thanks for waiting.
No problem, man.
What you got going tonight?
I wanted to just say a few things about what this last gentleman said.
Yes.
I don't believe that Clemson, they just made a few mistakes, and it should have been 28-27, because you look at that first quarter and Duke made plenty of mistakes, like the muffed punt that gave Clemson their only points of the game. I think Duke really should get more credit than it should have been a 28-27, and all the mistakes were on Clemson. This wasn't a game where Clemson was the better team. They just made mistakes. Duke really outplayed them, and Duke looked like a much better team tonight.
I would agree with that. The only pushback I would have on that is I do think that you can look at a box score of most games and get a decent read on it. You got to watch the game to truly know and put into context what happened. So the stats can lie a little bit, but obviously stats, generally the team with the best stats win the game. And, there was a pretty good yardage gap in Clemson's favor. So they did move the ball, and they did move the ball on the ground with Will Shipley. And actually, I would love to see the yardage totals before the last couple drives of the game, because I think they outgained Duke by, I don't have it up here, but it was something in maybe the 50 to 70 yard range. And before the last couple drives, as you well know, Duke scored a garbage touchdown at the end on probably a 50 to 70 yard drive. And then even the score that made it 21-7, they didn't ultimately need. So this game was 13-7 with about 6-7 minutes left. And I bet Clemson had an enormous advantage in time of possession. So I think his point was basically that they were down, ready to score a number of times. Now you got to complete the plays. You've got to push it in and make the plays, and they didn't. And some of those were forced errors by Duke, and others were just flat out. It didn't matter who was playing defense, who the other team was. Clemson just botched the plays.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But you're right. Duke made, I mentioned probably 2 hours ago at this point that Clemson was up 13-7. Duke had the ball. They were in their own end at their own 10 or 15 yard line. Their back ran for 9 yards on second down to make it like third and a yard, and he slipped, or he would have gotten the first down. They decided to throw on 3rd and 1, incomplete, and they're punting back to Clemson at their own 10 or 15 yard line. And I'm thinking, this might be that one little slip that I'm guessing nobody's really looking at, thinking about. The announcers didn't even talk about it, that if they get that first down and hang on to the ball, this might be the turning point of the game. But to Duke's credit, you're right. So they made that mistake. They did have more penalties, and some of those were costly. On like 3rd and shorts, the Duke had procedure and false start penalties, and like you say, the muffed punt. So just like what we saw with Florida State and LSU, where Florida State was clearly the better team, especially in the second half, they had plenty of dropped passes, plenty of penalties in the first half, things that they did wrong, even though they eventually blew out LSU.
Yeah, I think Clemson's 100% still in the playoff race and everything. I think it's really the reputation's going to be kind of up and down depending on how Duke does, because Duke has a few easy games and then they play Notre Dame. I think that's going to be a huge telling point to see how good this Duke team really is, because if Duke keeps winning, then the media is going to give more leeway to Clemson and be like, okay, this was a really good team at Duke and everything. And I think Clemson will be fine, but Clemson has to step it up, because Clemson has Florida State and Notre Dame on the schedule, as well as North Carolina. If they play like that against any of those teams, they're going to get killed. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the ACC plays out, and how those universities like Florida State and Notre Dame and how they do, and then when they come play Clemson, how Clemson responds to that.
Yeah, well, obviously, without the divisions, they can still finish in second place in the ACC and make it to the championship game. But it kind of makes the Florida State game a must win. Although, of course, Florida State could just wipe everyone out and be 8-0 in the conference and go to the championship game. And then there could be this massive struggle for second place. And if Clemson loses that game to Florida State, then the best they can do is 6-2, which still could be good enough to get them to the ACC championship game. But of course, nobody's lost 2 games and made the playoff. So you got to think their backs are against the wall to make the CFP.
Yeah, Clemson. I mean, they're probably going to have to win out. Like I said, it really kind of depends on what Duke does. Because I mean, if Duke beats Notre Dame and looks really, really well, really, really good, and let's say Clemson loses a close one to Florida State, but they beat Notre Dame, beat North Carolina, South Carolina. I mean, Clemson could still be in the college football playoff. But I mean, if you're a Clemson fan, you have to look at this loss and be like, okay, we have to win out. I mean, that's our only possibility.
Yep. All right, sir. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Yeah, thanks for the call.
Yep, no problem.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, good stuff coming in there. We'll keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. Let's take these final 2 calls. The real MVP showing up tonight. What's going on, sir?
Hey, Mark, how you doing this very late evening?
I know it. I didn't expect to keep it going this long, but we've got a decent crowd in here, so we'll take a few calls. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I would just like to take a little bit of victory lap if I could.
Okay.
This doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, this is honestly what I expected. I predicted Duke to win, not in this fashion, but I mean, I saw last year. I'm just not a believer in Cade Klubnik. I mean, for goodness sake, he didn't do anything against Tennessee.
No.
And I knew Duke was returning a bunch of their starters, and Duke was a really good football team last year. So this doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, and did nothing against Notre Dame when he had a chance, and against Syracuse. He just didn't play well really against anyone that was a decent team.
Right. So I don't understand why everybody was saying, oh my gosh, this is like the end of the world, or this is a shocking result. Now, does that mean Clemson's going 0-12 or 3-9? No. But the days of Clemson, the 2016 to 28 Clemson teams are over. Let's just face reality. They're probably going to be an 8-4, 9-3 team, a really good ACC team from now on, like they were. I mean, if you look at their history, they had an outlier of about 10 years, and now I think they're kind of regressing to the mean. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, most college football programs would kill to have a last 5 years like Clemson.
Yeah. Well, I've said this a number of times when people have asked me, is Clemson going to stay an elite program? And my response has been, I don't know, because what they've been able to do for close to 10 years shows that they can do it and their coach can do it. But if you look at the odds of being able to do it, I always stated, well, the probabilities are that they aren't going to maintain a 90% winning percentage and going to playoffs over and over and over and competing for championships. Because as you've said, that's not their history. They've got a really strong football history. It's a top 15 history, but they have never been this good for this long ever.
You're absolutely right. And also, they didn't do it by having a bunch of great parts that was greater than the sum. They had one very, very, very elite quarterback in Trevor Lawrence and then another one in Deshaun Watson. I mean, the odds of just having that level of quarterback year in and year out is basically impossible.
Yep.
If they were like Alabama's constructed and everybody was just great across the board, then they could continue the run, I think, for a little bit longer. But just the way they were built, I don't think is made for sustained success for over 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, they didn't have the elite athletes at every position like whomever was winning championships. Alabama being obviously the most frequent, but recent Georgia, a couple of Ohio State teams, they didn't have just like NFL players everywhere. Now, I'm not going to discount that, before anybody jumps on me. Of course, they had NFL players, but not to that degree. They were more carried by their quarterback more so than those other teams that they competed with. Their offensive line in particular was never that great. And they had really good teams, and they had a couple running backs that were really good running backs. We could go through it. Travis Etienne would be the exception as an elite running back. But they won championships with Wayne Gallman at running back. Again, really good player, plays in the NFL. But, there weren't the Derrick Henrys, Zeke Elliott, Devontae Smiths, Michael Thomas, those kind of guys all over the place. Although the wide receiver position, of course, was pretty amazing for close to 10 years.
Yeah, it was really elite. And unfortunately, I think that position has taken the biggest step back by far. And you know what's crazy, Mark, is I still like them against Florida State. I don't know why. I still think they're better than Florida State after this result. I know that's crazy, but I still think they beat them.
So, yes, everyone's going to think you're crazy. I do not, because things change from week to week to a certain extent. And this is the reason why most people lose money betting NFL games in week 2, because everybody overreacts to what they saw in week 1. Same thing in college football to a certain extent, although we only have a handful of games that are pitting good teams against each other in week 1. We only have a handful of those kind of games. But yeah, people are going to go to shoot. We were on here Saturday night. I don't know how many people commented in the chat that Ohio State's done. They're done. They're throwing dirt on Ohio State. They can't recover from that. They only won by 20 points. They're awful. So.
Right. And Mark, I mean, I felt like I kind of saw this somewhat last year. FSU did beat LSU last year, correct?
Yes.
And FSU wasn't that elite team that everybody thought. They didn't go 12-0 and win the national championship just going away. They didn't cancel the college football season.
No, we kept playing.
Okay. I'm making sure, because the way people are talking like they can play against Alabama tomorrow and beat them by 25 points, I mean, I think we should just pump the brakes a little bit on the FSU hype. They're a great team. They're probably going to make the New Year's Six bowl game.
It was extremely impressive.
Right. But it's just one game, Mark, right?
Yeah, it is.
Teams have good days and bad days. Maybe LSU just had a really bad day and FSU had a really great day. That could be the case. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, we can only go on the game we saw, though. And Florida State looked like one of the best teams in the country. And LSU, I don't think somebody would have to be out of their mind to think that they're anything worse than a top 15 team in the country, regardless of what happened.
Right, but let's not act like FSU is now the Kansas City Chiefs as well. No. That's where I get lost.
No, I need to see this a few times. This is the first time they've played like this against what we think is one of the 5 to 10 best teams in the country. They didn't do this last year against anybody that was remotely close to this.
Right, and that Clemson-Florida State game, that's at Clemson, correct?
Yes.
And how often does Clemson lose at home or get embarrassed?
Well, almost never.
Exactly.
They lost to South Carolina last year at home, and I don't think they had lost at home since 2016. Yeah, they went from 2016 until last year. They might have lost one other game in there, maybe in 2021. Anyway, yeah, like 2 games in 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think Clemson's just not at that tier where they're going to be able to beat the Syracuse, the Louisvilles, the Dukes, Georgia Tech's, even North Carolina's consistently. So I think they'll beat Florida State. They'll lose 1 or 2 more disappointing games, go 10-2 or 9-3 this season. Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy. Again, people overreact. I don't think they're going to be based. I am going to put stock in Florida State's performance, and I'm going to put stock in the other category in Clemson's performance. And right now, unless I think about this differently, I'm going to be expecting Florida State to go into Clemson and win that game. But would it surprise me in any such way that Clemson's going to win that game? No, of course not.
Right. Well, from what people are saying, it seems like unless they win 49-0, it would be disappointing for Florida State. Like the Florida State hype recently is just gone completely out of control.
there's only been a couple teams each season over the playoff era that we can count on showing up every week. And even they may have, like Georgia did against Missouri and Kent State last year, a couple slip ups where they look kind of ugly and just get by. But there's a next tier there where it goes about 15 to 20 deep that anyone can win. Shoot, if we saw Duke and Clemson, if we told them they're going to go out there in 5 days and play again, I would probably pick Clemson to win.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if they won. It wouldn't shock me if they won 6 out of 10 times or 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's just 1 out of 1. And unfortunately for Clemson, I mean, unless they go 7-1, because I know teams like Louisville have basically sharp and soft ACC schedules, it's going to be really hard for them if they go 6-2 to even be in the ACC championship game.
I would agree.
So anyway, Mark, that's all I got for you tonight. And fight on to the undefeated Pac-12.
All right, we will keep it moving. 2 more calls. We've got Ben. Ben, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark. How's it going?
I'm doing
great
well.
Football this week. Couldn't have asked for a better. I was sad for our Clemson guys, but it was good to see Duke win something.
Do me a favor, Ben. Back up about 1 sentence. Couldn't ask for any better what?
Football. I mean, ask for a better football week. I mean, it was a great week one.
Upset some people by saying it was a fairly marginal to lousy football weekend.
I enjoyed it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's been so long. I can,
like I understand everybody's enthusiasm, and I hate to be a downer, but like I'm talking to people on Saturday, and they're talking about it's great to have football back. Of course it is. And look at all the great games. And I'm like, what great games? There weren't that many great games.
Yeah.
The 3:30 window on Saturday was the worst.
That's true. No, the matchups were horrible.
I've ever seen.
The matchups were horrible, but there were some good upsets. That's what I liked.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Upsets. Well, there was an upset tonight.
Florida State LSU was an upset.
Then
you got the TCU upset.
That's not an upset. That's not.
Yeah.
LSU and Florida State. 1.5 points. That's not an upset.
Okay. Wasn't that close? I thought the line was. I thought Florida State was.
The last line I saw was 1.5.
Oh, okay.
That's a coin toss. Oh yeah,
All right,
TCU got upset. That was a really good game as well. That entertaining game. Loved that game. Enjoyed it. Other than that,
the Duke upset was. I mean, Duke. I mean, it was a
that was fun to watch.
Clemson. It was a fun game.
I guess I was secretly rooting for Duke in a sense, just because I am just amazed by what Mike Elko's done. Just amazed. And so I've been talking about that for months, and now he's continuing it. Other than that, great game. If there were any great games, they were very low level, under the radar games, like Texas Tech losing in overtime to Wyoming. Houston and Texas San Antonio played a close game. That other upset in the Big 12, Texas State beat Baylor. A lot of like the non-marquee games. But LSU Florida State, that was an entertaining game. That was certainly the game with the most talent on one field, but it turned into a blowout the last
I go back
minutes of the game.
And to defend my original statement, I kind of go back to week one in general of my remembering college football in week one. It wasn't, as a Michigan fan, it wasn't till week two, because that's usually when we play Notre Dame in week two.
Yeah.
But I don't remember week one having great matchups. I mean, and maybe it was. I just don't remember it. I don't remember week one being the most exciting. So to me, I wasn't expecting it to be, super thriller. So I think it turned out from the way I looked at the way I looked at the schedule, I think it turned out a lot more exciting than I expected it.
Okay. I kind of went the other way.
Did you? Okay.
Thursday night, Florida, Utah was a bad game, and Minnesota and Nebraska. If you enjoy that kind of game, which I do, I'm fine with watching a 13-10 game. It came down to the wire. It was not a pretty game by any stretch, but
I enjoyed it thoroughly. I enjoyed that game
yeah,
thoroughly.
I'm fine with it, with that game. And again, I expected Florida State LSU to be a down to the wire game. But anyway, what's
anyways,
your
hey,
next-
what I wanted to know, and now we spent so much time, I don't know if you're going to want to do this, but I had a list of teams, and I was thinking about doing a little game. I wanted to ask you, I wanted to give you 3 buttons. You can hit confident, worried, or panic. This is all about week 1 reaction, and what and it's based on what the fan base, what you, or maybe just. I know you, but what your fan base, what the fan base for the team's expectation.
So you're going to ask me. You're going to ask me to interpret what fans think.
No. Well, no. I'm saying so. If you're Vanderbilt,
yes,
your expectation's different than your Alabama.
Sure. Of course.
Okay, so what I mean based on what the fans' expectation would be for this season. What a good expectation. Or even your expectation. That's fine.
Are you asking me to determine based on whoever's expectations to punch one of those 3 buttons based on what I think, or for me to try to interpret what fans think? That's a different.
Okay, by what you're thinking. Okay, your expectations are fine.
My expectations.
Your expectation for the team, and it can be in general. Sure. So I have quite a list. I'm going to start with the SEC. We'll do it quick. I'll run them down. Vanderbilt.
Confident. Wait, what do I have? Confident, worried,
or panic?
And there's quite a drop off there.
I know. I'm making it tough. I don't want to make it easy on you.
You need something between confident and worried, like
I know. I'm making it tough.
Like a wait and see kind of button.
Yeah, don't make it too easy. It's too easy.
Yeah,
if you did it wait and see, it would all be wait and see.
I'm going to say I'm confident that they can go 3-9 because they're already 2-0. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if I gave you a wait and see, it would be that for everyone. Half of these on the list, so I couldn't give you that. All right, Florida.
Worried.
South Carolina.
Worried.
Texas A&M.
Confident.
Kentucky.
Confident. There's really nothing to go on with those 2 teams.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Auburn.
Confident.
Mississippi State.
Confident.
LSU.
To achieve their goals, I would say worried.
Okay. Pac-12. Utah.
Confident.
USC.
Confident.
Oregon.
Confident.
Washington.
Confident.
Oregon State.
Confident.
And Colorado.
Confident.
Okay. Big 12. TCU.
Confident.
West Virginia.
Confident.
Texas.
Confident.
Well, now thinking it's Texas, you're going to give Texas. Is their goal a natty, or is their goal just winning the?
If Texas's goal is winning a national championship, then they're crazy.
Okay, so they're going to give them a confident from your. Okay.
They haven't won the conference in 14 years.
I know, but man, you hear, see, that's why. That's your expectation is confident because you maybe. Okay. That's what I want to kind of
10-2 win the Big 12. That should be their goal.
Okay. Oklahoma.
Confident.
Texas Tech.
Won 73-0. Texas Tech. Confident. I'm not swayed by that. Wyoming. I picked them to lose that. I picked Texas Tech to go to the Big 12 championship game and lose this Wyoming game. So.
Okay. Well. Okay. Confident. All right. Kansas State.
Confident.
I should have put an overconfident too. I should have added that. Can we add overconfident if you want to throw? I'm not going to
be overconfident.
Okay. So I won't add it. Okay. Wake Forest for the ACC.
Confident. They beat Elon.
Okay. NC State.
Confident.
Georgia Tech.
Worried.
Louisville.
Confident.
Florida State.
Confident.
Duke.
Confident.
And Clemson.
Worried.
Okay. Big Ten. Nebraska.
That's an interesting one. I will say worried.
Okay. Were you close to panic or close to confident?
No. I was close to confident.
Okay.
They just went on the road to Minnesota, a team that wins 9 games a year, and they lost by a field goal on the final play. Like, I think people's perception of Nebraska and how poorly they played is overstated drastically.
Okay. Minnesota?
Confident.
Ohio State.
Confident.
Ohio State confident. Oh, I thought it might be getting worried there, but I'll give it to you.
I'm concerned about certain things, but
okay.
Yeah, worried's a way too. No.
Okay. Iowa.
Based on their expectations, confident. They're right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah. Wisconsin.
Confident.
Purdue.
Confident.
Michigan.
Confident.
Michigan State.
Worried.
And I'm going to end it with Rutgers.
Confident.
All right. I just wanted to run that down. That's all I had. I thought that would be kind of fun.
Okay. You wanted me to be worried about Ohio State.
I did kind of want you to be worried about Ohio. I could have been concerned. I could have thrown concerned in there.
I would have had some concerns. I do have some concerns. Absolutely.
And maybe I should have put that as another button because I think concern there. I think it would have been between worried and concerned, or I think it would have been between concerned and confident for a lot of those, and that may have changed it up.
The 5 guys that hit the scales at the highest level on offense, those are the guys that concern me the most.
Yeah, gotcha. All righty. Well, I thought that's all I have for you, so let the next guy come on.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
See you later, Mark. Bye.
All right. What a closing act we've got for you, folks. Call the family, call the friends, wake them up at 3 a.m. or whatever it is, and let them know Corey Brad is on the line.
I want to know why this is the closing act when you've got almost 500 people still on it?
Because
1:30 in the morning.
We had 1,200.
You had what? Say it again.
I said we're slipping. We had 1,200.
How? Why? I mean, besides the fact your show is really good, what? Why? Why Monday? Is that the deal? Labor Day?
I think that it was a combination of we tend to trend up. People like our wrap-up shows after these games, whether it's on Saturday night or otherwise. That's when we typically do our best. They ignore me during the off season, watch other people, I guess. But that maybe they have a little confidence that I know what I'm talking about once people start to play football. The other thing is Clemson lost. I think that got a lot of people's ire up, and I didn't expect that we had that many people concerned or interested in Clemson to draw that kind of crowd. But so, yeah.
Okay. So you're going to be dropping your top 25 TAMS tomorrow?
I will be. I will probably record it as soon as we get done here, and so I can sleep in and let it post while I'm snoozing.
So we obviously know who the top 2 are going to be, but I do think that's debatable.
We do. I don't know that, except for some ardent fans, viewers here that get it. I doubt if a lot adamantly would get. I think they would get one of the 2 possibly.
Well, it should be. Let me just say this very adamantly. It should be obvious.
Yeah,
the top 2 teams should be. This is what's so ridiculous about it.
Yeah,
and I saw some.
I was just going to say, I think most of people in the chat it's some combination of Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Alabama. Where they are.
Because Georgia was so impressive beating who'd they win against? Tennessee Western.
Yeah.
So it's just funny. I saw something in your chat here like 30 minutes ago say, is it possible the voters could put Duke in the top 10?
Oh, wouldn't that be horrible?
That's like, oh, what a bold move. What a
I know. I I am questioning. I think they've gotten a little bit better at this, but Clemson was 9 and Duke was unranked. We'll see if
Who cares?
I
Who
understand. No, but I'm
cares?
just saying we will see if the media actually is able to get
Ugh.
past that perception and actually move a team that won by 21 points over a team that lost by 21 points. Oh, yes, against each other.
Can you imagine if there were actual aliens? Let's not get into a conversation about aliens this late at night, Mark. But if there were aliens that were observing humankind and they understood college football and they saw how the pollsters do preseason polls and how they influence the polls throughout the rest of the season, how dumb we would look.
Yes.
I mean, you and I see it. Can you imagine some smarter life form?
Yeah, they would be just befuddled by that, saying, okay, can't these people clearly do math?
Yeah.
How could deductions?
So let me ask you this question, Mark. What if you had to guess right now what the because the AP poll will come out tomorrow as well, correct?
Yeah.
So if you had to guess, will Duke be ranked ahead of Clemson?
I think that they will get that right.
Can you imagine them not?
Because I think what's going to happen is Clemson's at 9 in the preseason, Duke unranked, that they'll drop Clemson quite a bit, like 10 spots to 19, and they'll move Duke into the, but it's going to be close.
Clemson should not be ranked anywhere.
No, they shouldn't. This is why I started this, because I used to notice this and I'd be like, these two teams are both 2-1 or whatever the record, 4-1, and they played each other and one of them's ranked, or it was this exact scenario. Somebody starts the preseason and they're highly ranked, they lose, they only drop so far, and then the other team that just beat them doesn't even crack the top or barely cracks the top 20. And I was like, okay, this just is insane.
So, and for anybody that doesn't understand this reasoning, and I know we talk about this all the time, and you're going to bring it up tomorrow in your segment, but let's just, for the sake of this discussion, assume that the college football season is over right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right? That the rest of the season gets canceled, and then we skip right to the college football playoff. All right? So based on the rankings that are going to drop tomorrow, who do you think the top 4 will be according to the AP voters tomorrow?
I do think Florida State was impressive enough that they will vault, but they were 8. I don't know if they're going to vault. Ohio State was pretty lethargic, so I think they might take a bit of a hit, even though they won by 20 points, that they might take a bit of a hit. I think it was Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama.
Could you imagine if that happened and, for instance, a team like Duke doesn't get into the playoff after beating Clemson, and you compare that resume to Georgia's resume of beating a lower tier FCS program?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the logic we're using. And yet, again, I know that the college football playoff poll is different. We don't have a playoff poll at this point in the year. I get that. But by all accounts, like that's what's crazy. There is no criteria based for the AP voters and the coaches that are voting. There is no criteria. Like you said before the season, some of these coaches and people are voting probably based on the colors of the jerseys. Like, it's ridiculous.
I believe I mentioned to you that I talked to a couple AP voters this year about that very thing. What is your approach? And I tried to be very generic because I didn't want to lead them in any direction. And before I made my big statement about the way it should be versus the way I see it executed. And they both mentioned, well, yeah, I was looking at these teams and thought they were really good and all sorts. And they were using some logic to, they brought back this much production and but then they started in on, but that closing run of having to play so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, man, that's really going to hold them back. Or they've got an easy schedule. They're going to be able to get out to 6-0 easy. And I'm like, why are you predicting games, ranking teams by predicting how they're going to do 2 months from now? Let the games determine it when we get there.
I also think it's sort of fun. I've experienced this week with Iowa, and I don't know. Did you watch any of the Iowa game on Saturday, Mark?
I didn't. I saw the 2 touchdown passes from Cade McNamara.
Okay.
That's all I saw. I'll have to do a quick cram session before we get together tomorrow.
Yeah, so there's a decent amount of negativity among the fan base just because after those 2 touchdown passes, things went pretty quiet for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But they won by double digits against a program that's a good G5 program. Okay.
That is still a pretty ugly win. Now, it's in line with what Iowa does, but...
What do you... Okay.
They won 24-14 against Utah State.
Okay, I'm not going to go down this road. Utah State won 11 games 2 years ago, okay? They won 11 games 2 years ago. I'm not saying that they're going to win 11 games this year. I'm simply saying we don't know what Utah State's going to do. This is the problem. We don't know what programs like Utah State are going to be like this season. We're just going off. Well, they were average at best in the Mountain West last year. They were 6-6.
That's not until they prove otherwise. That is not a good win for a team that's supposed to be competing for a Big Ten championship. I'm not saying it's a good win, Mark. I'm not saying it's a good win. I'm simply saying that people who say Bama beat them 59-0 last year. This is a different team. And the portal changes especially these G5 teams, they're completely different from year to year now. Yes, but we know that a G5 team can only be so good.
Correct. But there are good G5 programs. Like Utah State has been a really good G5 program. Like I said, 2 years ago. What do you mean? Why are you shaking your head? They won 11 games.
One time they did, yes.
2 years ago. It was just 2 years ago. But they've also produced people like Jordan Love in recent years. I mean, this is a good program. Blake Anderson is up and coming.
I just don't think a team that's going to contend for a Big Ten championship should be messing around with Utah State. But I know that Iowa plays a different brand of football, and their results are just different.
All right.
If Ohio State, Michigan, or Penn State won 24-14 against Utah State, oh my word, I'd have 10,000 people on here going crazy.
Well, yeah, okay. So that goes back to brand and how style of play and all that. But wasn't Ohio State struggling with Indiana for a whole half?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Indiana's one of the worst Power 5 programs out there right now. But I'm still not concerned about Ohio State. I don't read into that at all. I don't think it means anything. Week 1, teams are so different. The portal, everything's so different now with Week 1. I just think the verdict should stay out on all of these teams for a few weeks.
Sure. Absolutely.
As long as teams are getting by.
One data point. Yeah, and let me clarify my point about Iowa comes on just a score, just a final score. Now, where they arrived at that final score could have been 24-0 with 5 minutes left, and they gave up 2 touchdowns that were completely meaningless, or it could have been a decent game, and they hung on and won marginally 24-14. So the final score does not in any way give a full synopsis of the game.
I was at the game, never felt like it was in doubt.
Yeah.
But with that being said, you get 2 touchdowns in the first 2 drives, and then it was basically just couldn't run the ball, some questionable play calling.
Really?
But at the same, yeah. Is that a shock? Questionable play calling. But they do have some I did think the Fox Sports. I watched the game back today. And I did think the Fox Sports crew was a good crew, and they kept using the term toys. Cade McNamara's got a lot of toys at his disposal, and Brian Ferentz has got a lot of toys at his disposal, which I thought was interesting. But anyways, we don't have to turn this into an Iowa thing. We'll talk tomorrow about this. But
well, that's quite all right. Although I would think those same announcers, I'm trying to think what terms they would use if they were calling a game for about 90% of the other teams in America. What would they say? That Santa Claus, has taken up a residence in the locker room?
I often, when I'm on your network, any of your network of shows, I often have to battle between being the objective Iowa person that I believe that I am most of the time, and the fan that gets annoyed at the subtle jabs of many of your viewers and sometimes you. Let me just say this. Luke Lachey and Eric All are two of probably maybe the top 10 tight ends in the country.
Sure.
And I think Lachey, I mean, he was fabulous on Saturday. And the stats don't really, I think he was like 7 catches for like 73 yards. He made some really tough catches.
Sure.
He looked the part. So I mean, those guys are legit. Those guys are
absolutely, they are.
Now, wide receiver play, yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to debate that. Caleb Brown wasn't even playing at Ohio State, and now he's not wide receiver 1 for Iowa right now either. But, anyways, I'm not. I guess what I'm saying is, same thing with Ohio State, Clemson. I mean, all those mistakes tonight, those are things that can be cleaned up. I do think Duke outplayed Clemson.
Sure.
I mean, there's no question about it. And I think one comment that was made by one of the ESPN guys tonight was about speed and how there hadn't been a noticeable difference. And that was startling to acknowledge. And I would agree with that. I don't know the last time you'd say that. I mean, I certainly haven't followed that rivalry closely, or that series, but I do think the portal, that's one thing Kirk said after the Iowa game, is the portal has changed week 1 games so much because, and I know a lot of fans, Iowa fans even, viewed his words as an excuse, but he's still super positive about the run game, even though Iowa averaged 2.4 yards per rush on the ground against Utah State Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Their pass pro was really good. And Kirk basically said, it was just a hard prep because, Utah State had like 55 new guys. We had no tape on the DC. We had to go to like 3 different stops of his in the past 5 years. And, their offensive play caller was the head coach this year. But that's happening all over the place. You have all these coaching changes. You have all these personnel changes with the portal. It's just, I would think that it is hard. And I think if you go back and look at teams, like Power 5 teams that are typically 8+ win teams year in and year out, it seems to me, without studying this and comparing it to recent years, that there were more teams this year in week 1 that struggled, not that lost, but that just kind of meandered through week 1 than I can remember. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but Ohio State's won, Iowa's won. I mean, heck, Iowa State, Mark. I mean, I know they're not projected to be very good. They won 30-9 against UNI.
Mm-hmm.
They put out like 200 yards of total offense. I'm just noticing that with Power 5 programs this week. Trying to think of other. You probably can name other examples.
Well, typically after a weekend of football, I've got every score in the country lodged up here, so they just kind of stick. We could go through it and talk about teams that struggle that are supposed to be.
I mean, USC.
Really
people talked about USC kind of struggling. I know the scoreboard didn't reflect in week 0, but they struggled defensively against San Jose State, and
sure.
I guess San Jose State got killed by Oregon State yesterday or on Saturday. So, but again, Oregon. The difference is, Mark, Oregon State had game film on San Jose State.
Yeah. And Oregon
USC
State has a
didn't,
much better
you know,
defense
they
than
didn't have
USC.
game film from.
They do have a better defense than USC.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in terms of your statement about, I wouldn't in any way push back on what Coach Patterson said, because he certainly knows his stuff, and that makes total sense to me. But in terms
What
of
did Coach Patterson say?
I thought you said that he stated that these teams are so much different that week 1 has changed considerably because of the portal.
That's what Kirk Ferentz said.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I would agree with that. Now, how that's been reflected in the scores, and you stating that that's been your perception or your observation, I don't know. I'd have to go year to year and try to figure that out. I don't know.
But you did tweet something out earlier today that I think is an acknowledgement that sometimes some of the better teams in the country do struggle early.
Yeah.
And one big example is obviously 2015 Ohio State, Virginia Tech. That's one that gets brought up because they lost that game, of course. But I mean, Ohio State, Notre Dame last year, right?
Yeah.
Would you consider that another example? I mean, obviously Notre Dame, both those teams were good, but maybe bad example. But that was not the typical Ohio State performance.
Yeah, no, not at all. And that team was ranked 22nd in the country after losing that game, which is just, I don't know when they've been ranked. I guess you'd have to go back to 2004, the last time they were ranked that low. And people thought that the world was, that the program was imploding. And I was telling this story the other day because I do like to push back when people go to extremes. And doing the call-in show on Saturday night, there were all sorts of Ohio State fans, well, more so detractors, critics, haters that were throwing dirt on their grave that it's over, they're losing 4 games and all this business. And they might if they don't get things fixed. But I told the story that my work schedule at ESPN at the time was I was off Friday and Saturday, so I would work the national championship game. And the day after they lost to Virginia Tech, I put in a notice to my boss that I was requesting off that Monday for the national championship game. And he said, oh, okay, that's fine. He goes, do you really, you have no idea who's going to be in the game and so forth. And why would you put in this request right now? And I said, I expect Ohio State to be there. And he said, they just lost to Virginia Tech. They're nowhere close to it. I said, I'm putting in my notice, my request to take off national championship night because I'm expecting Ohio State to be there.
Now, why did you expect Ohio State to be there?
I just thought that they had the team to get it done.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, again, don't take out of context what I'm saying, but from a perspective of what you just said, based on rankings from week to week, making a top 25 or a poll like you do that actually makes sense based on resume, Ohio State shouldn't be in the top 25 would be my guess. And I mean, they did beat a Big Ten team, so maybe you can make that argument. They beat a Big Ten team. A lot of teams didn't play Power 5 opponents.
Yeah, and they didn't look good, but they still won fairly comfortably.
Sure.
It wasn't.
But like Iowa's not a top 25 team based on what they did on Saturday. But I guess my point, Mark, is what you just said about Virginia Tech, Ohio State 2015. You're not ranking teams based on what you see as potential and looking at personnel, like the pollsters do. But you can also, the other side of your mind, you can acknowledge the fact that, hey, I still expect this team to do A and B, even though it didn't perform like A and B should perform. So, like, that's kind of how I feel with Iowa is I still have a lot of confidence in the personnel that I think I just have to see. I have to see them struggle or lose. If they lose to Iowa State this weekend, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, we got some issues that probably. But with all the changes, I have to see it to believe it. In kind of the opposite fashion, I have to see shortcomings that kind of showed up on Saturday. I have to see those more than once.
Yeah. I will clarify my response to the comment about having toys. So I have all the respect in the world for their tight end output. And I'm also very familiar with those two players, having watched them play extensively. So I know how good they are, talking about Lachey and all. I guess I equate, and I do this is not right or correct, because the tight end position can certainly be a weapon, just like any other offensive skill position player. But when I hear toys, I think more of guys like speed, space, those kind of players. So,
yeah. Well, did you know that Iowa went 14 personnel several times on Saturday?
Okay.
I just thought they actually Eric All caught a touchdown out of 14 personnel.
McNamara's stats are indicative of what I expect of him, whether he's at Michigan or at Iowa. That's a pretty typical day. But also, that's a solid line for an Iowa quarterback to play winning football. It's nothing spectacular, but no turnovers, almost 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, hit on about 60%.
Yeah, slightly below 60, but
17 of 30. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Good stat line. I think he had like a 132 QBR. You're absolutely right. That's he did exactly. It was just nice to see first real play from scrimmage. They had first 3 plays from scrimmage Saturday were unbelievable, because you have a big return by Caleb Johnson on a kick return that put him inside like the 35, Utah State 35. Next play, Utah State player goes down with an injury. And then the third play, Cade hits transfer Seth Anderson for like a 35-yard touchdown. So like that's about the worst start to a season you could envision for Utah State. But I give them credit. I do have a lot of respect for them, just based on having been, watched a lot of season openers and watched a lot of G5 competition. I mean, you and I love watching the bowl games, and we watch college football games regardless of who's playing. I think Utah State's going to be pretty good this year in the Mountain West. And I could be totally off on that. I just think they're well coached. I have a lot of respect for Blake Anderson and how they approach the game. Just like they got the ball out of the pocket quick. They never panicked when they were down 14-0.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was impressed by how they cared. To me, they look like if I didn't have the perception of, they were not very good last year, 6 and 7. I think this is like San Diego State or one of those programs that's or Boise State or perennially difficult to play.
You probably didn't come across this quote from Ryan Day, and believe me, I've noticed in the off season, when we have all that time just to micro analyze everything, that I try not to make the comparisons between Ohio State and Iowa, just because they're such different programs and so forth. But, some things come to mind. And with this situation with the offense and the rankings and Brian Ferentz and his approach and the lackluster play and so forth, it's just sometimes striking the difference there versus other places. But Ryan Day made this statement after Saturday's game. I don't know what was asked of him, but he said, we go into every game thinking we need to rush for 250, throw for 300, score 50 points.
Yeah. Well, different approach. But at the same time, Mark, I think Phil Parker's defensive unit would probably say, hey, our goal is to allow 0 points.
Yeah, but has that ever been like that? Would be an interesting exchange to either have Kirk answer those questions or Phil Parker. I would actually like to hear it out of Kirk rather than Phil Parker, because Phil Parker should not have to take on any questions about his defense. Not that he would have to defend anything. It would be more or less just kind of compensating for the offense. But to ask Kirk, okay, we ask you considerable questions about the offensive output and what the expectation is and what the standard is. Well, what about the defense? What should they be giving up per game? That would be, and of course he wouldn't answer the question.
And again, that's where it comes back to the contract that was made to stipulate how many points they need to be scoring. That was not from Kirk. That's what we got to remember. Kirk has never agreed to that idea that they need to be scoring 25 points per game. So he would not, he would never agree to that, and he would not agree to any number for the defense. All he's about is, did we do enough to win?
Sure. And I on many levels, even though I make fun of that at times because of other things he attaches to that, he is bottom line, he's right. The goal is to win the game.
Correct.
However you need to do that, the goal is to win the game. And everything that he states in that manner would make complete sense if they were winning every game.
Well, it all comes back. Yeah, exactly. It all comes back to your this slogan that you have, or this law that you have for your program, is working to the standards that you set, and some people don't feel like it's right that you've set those standards, that's the ceiling that you've basically given to your program. Because if you're saying, hey, we're comfortable where we're at, we're winning football games, then you're saying we're okay with 8 to 9 wins a year. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. And of course, they're doing better than this, but it almost sometimes sounds like as long as they win more games than they lose, 7-5 in a regular season, or I guess 7-6 after a bowl game, they're 7-6. And of course, again, they've done much better than this, but that he considers that winning.
Yeah.
We
Real
are
quick,
winning.
Can
we
you
have a winning team.
Can you ask me about why act like I'm Kirk Ferentz for a second, Mark, and ask me why my offense sucks?
Well, I would state it this way. Coach Ferentz, considering the output of offenses across the country and the trends toward more scoring and yardage, why has this offense consistently placed among the worst in college football?
I don't know if you know this, but we won 10 games 2 years ago, and we won 8 games last year. I'm just saying.
I'm well aware of your record. That would be my response.
But that he literally said that last year in response to a question about why the offense was so bad. He said, I don't know if you know this, but we won 10 games last year. So anyways.
And how many points were scored? I know they lost to Purdue. So if we go back to 21, they lost to Purdue, I think 24-7.
Ugly fashion.
So that's obviously a horrible offensive output.
They got killed by Michigan in the Big Ten title game.
Sure. But the other regular season loss was
Wisconsin.
Okay. What was it? Yeah, that was an ugly game too.
Yeah, of course
they lose they lost like 17-10, or I forget this.
Oh, it was like 2 scores. But what's funny, that's the infamous game, Mark, that I believe, and I can say this because it's this is like when the TV networks allow certain things to be certain commercials late at night. I can say this because it's 2:00 in the morning. This is that game is infamous for me because that's the game where I remember Spencer Petrus's career was summed up with one play. They're down They're down 2 scores, and it's 4th and 7, and he gets pressured, so he throws the ball out of bounds. He chucks it in like the 5th row. he chucked it into the 5th row on 4th down in the 4th quarter, down 2 scores. He just threw it away.
Yes, I do remember you going after him, and I was watching that game as well. 27-7. So their 2 regular season losses, they scored 7 points each time. So that's a perfect response to Kirk. Is you understand if you would have been 12-0 if you had a capable offense that could score in the 20s.
And Mark, let's test your mind on last season. Do you remember how many points they scored in each loss last season?
So they lost to Illinois 9-6.
Yep, 6 points.
They beat everyone in the West, everyone else. They lost to Ohio State 54-10. They lost to Michigan 27-14.
Okay. So 6, 10, and 14 is what we have so far. That's 3.
Yeah. They went 5-4. Oh, they lost to Nebraska. That's right. 24-17.
Okay. So you would know better than I would. I don't even remember the score.
Yeah, then they lost to Iowa State 10-7.
10-7. Yes.
Yeah.
So I just think, it's just when you have losses where you score 6, 7, and 10.
Yeah. It's
while also winning games with 7.
Yeah,
they beat South Dakota State with 7. And who did they? Let's see.
Minnesota was 27. Minnesota, they won that, 20-17, something in that range?
Yeah,
23-20, something like
that.
But
like you I need to, I'll tell you what, I need to publish this into a short on my channel, and I'll send it to you. Because in my preseason show with Don Patterson, Don is, not trying to, he's not like me that, he's going to go out of his way at times to kind of poke fun, because he's a lot of respect, obviously, for the Iowa program. He loves Iowa. But he made a comment during the show, during our preseason show, about the Rutgers game. He was talking about analytics from last year. And something about how Rutgers actually won most of the parameters that were essential for victory, according to the 2021 analytics. And he said, well, how do you overcome negative exceptions? He's like, well, I don't have it in front of me, but we probably had, we may have even had a defensive score in that game. And I stopped him and I held 2 fingers up. And he said, oh, 2. Okay, 2. Yes. 2 scores in that. So they scored 27. Remember, they scored 27 at Rutgers. 2 of those were on
14
defensive touchdowns. Or 2, over half the points were on defensive touchdowns.
Yeah. I still shake my head at that, because it's just, they just continue to do it. It's just an aberration that they can keep up doing that. It's incredible.
It is. It's really one of those things. It's half of it's sad, because you see what's being the potential that's lost, but half of it's incredible, because it's the same thing that I brought up to you last week, Mark, about how Iowa is that consistent exception to the rule. Like, they are the outlier regularly.
Yes.
They defy the odds not only every game, but it seems like every season.
Yes. Who's going to a conference championship game, the second best conference in America, with 10 wins, and then finishing in the top 15 to 20 in the country with the 129th rated offense? Nobody else does that.
Yeah, exactly. So
nobody else is doing that. It's crazy. Shoot, I lost track of something I was going to respond to along those lines. But anyway, I think when we were having one of our many conversations on the show about this very thing, I counted up their touchdowns for the season. I think it was 17-6. I think it was offense 17, defense 6. For most teams, it would be like 35-2.
And like,
something
just
like that.
Off the top of my head, when you say that number, I then remind myself that they had a blocked punt against Iowa State that set up a 20-yard offensive touchdown. They had a huge punt return, or no, I'm sorry, I think they had a punt return and a pick by Cooper DeJean against Wisconsin that both set up short touchdown drives for the offense. Like, And then South Dakota State, their one offensive score in that game was a field goal, and wasn't it like a
5-yard drive?
Was it a 5-yard drive or a negative 5-yard drive?
I think it was a 5-yard drive.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, I know that's not in the touchdown stat you just threw out there, but that's how I
they didn't even drive for the field goal that supposedly, in a sense, was their one offensive score of the game, and it truly wasn't.
What was that game? The only thing that could make the situation at Iowa more appropriate, given who Iowa is if who were the teams? Do you remember that video that went viral a few years back of those two? There were G5 schools that it was a bad snap on I think it was I don't know if it was a punt or if it was a regular offensive snap.
Mississippi State, Louisiana Tech.
Yeah, and it got kicked all the way back to the
and it was like 3rd and 93.
That needs to happen to Iowa. Like that would just be perfect. If you get that.
Yes. And then that's what needs to happen, because that would all be negative offensive yardage. And then they need to become the first team in history that won a game with negative offensive yardage.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, they are one of the first teams I would have to think, Mark. 2 years ago against Penn State at home, against the top 5 Penn State team, that inside of 2 minutes, up 1 score, proceeded to take a knee and then punt. That really happened.
That up. I watched that game. I don't remember. I remember you talking about it. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that.
They took a knee and then proceeded to punt.
There were so many
won that game.
Of course, yeah. What was that, like 17-12?
Something like that.
I remember when they were matched up against Ohio State, there were just so many aberrations. I just started combing through stats just to make comparisons to see this is crazy. And the one that still sticks in my head is the touchdown totals for each team going into that game was 46-7. And I just couldn't believe that. I counted them again. I was like, that can't be. And I was like, I counted something wrong. No.
And that game, as you know, the score ended up being it's just like a rubber band being stretched.
Yeah, sure.
To the nth degree. Like, Iowa's defense just did everything it possibly could. But at some point, you're just going to get pooped on when you can't get any help from the other side of the ball. And, like, you remember that. Remember Joe Evans?
Oh, yeah, sure.
With the sack on C.J. Stroud, strip sack, scoops it, and takes it into the end zone for a touchdown in the first quarter.
Yeah.
And it was like, what did we open the game with? First play from scrimmage, Spencer Petras rolls left and immediately throws it straight to an Ohio State defender.
So to me, not only is it disgraceful, I can't come up with just completely inaccurate, that defense had to have 54 points count against them technically.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would have done if they would have just played their standard game against Maryland or Rutgers or somebody and given up 9 points or 12 points or whatever. I wonder what that did to their, that's quite a bit. That's like another extra 40 some points on their point total that they really didn't account for. I know that Ohio State started to score some points legitimately, but not only did that happen, that shouldn't be a mark against their defense, but as you are outlining, they score the touchdown for the it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and what's even crazier about it, I think, is the fact that, as you know, it's not like Iowa gets. I mean, they do once in a while, but they don't typically have a bunch of 4- and 5-star athletes on defense. Phil is doing this with, like, Joe Evans is he's actually an Ames native, former quarterback at Ames High. And it's those guys that typically are the guys that are mean, Cooper DeJean is considered one of the best.
Mhm.
Who was it? The guy. Now I don't know about this comment, but on Fox Sports 1, I watched the game back. One of the two TV commentators said at the beginning of the broadcast on Saturday that pound for pound, he may be the best defensive player in college football. Which, I mean, maybe that's true, but
Yeah.
I'm like, how can you say that? Like, I don't know how you can say that.
Yeah, I always thought this pound for pound comment was.
What does that even mean?
It means basically that what does Cooper DeJean weigh? 200 pounds?
Okay.
Whatever. That there could be a defensive tackle that's the best player in college football and he weighs 290, but that 200, you know what I mean?
They play different positions for a reason.
Exactly. It's just.
But anyways, so I guess my point is though, he's from Odebolt, Iowa, a town of like 200. Hardly recruited. Like it's not like they're recruiting at a ridiculously high level on defense.
Yeah.
So their defense is just carrying the team. No, they're recruiting. I mean, they probably recruit a little. They do recruit a little bit better, but they just develop kids on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
And they defy the odds the impressive way. That's why I think Phil's the best coordinator out there.
Sure.
And I wouldn't be surprised, Mark. I hope this doesn't happen. I hope it never gets brought up. But I love Kirk Ferentz. But I would not be shocked if he uses this game tonight. If it ever got brought up to him in a press conference about, Brian's, why didn't you make a change last year? If that ever got brought up, I could see him bringing up Clemson tonight. Because, remember, they fired their DC. And he was a guy who had strong roots to the program last year. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me, their OC. Had strong roots to the program last year. And that was something that was brought up during the broadcast this evening. What a disaster the offense was. And I almost feel like results like tonight, Clemson and Duke kind of reinforce Kirk's stance on, staying with what he knows, even if it doesn't involve Brian, just sticking with what he knows and not trying to fix something that he doesn't believe is broken.
Even though those first couple drives were efficient and effective, they still, as you know, I'm looking at the box score, totaled 284 yards of total offense. Now, if they continue to do that, and that was against a group of 5, they're obviously going to be playing much better defenses for 9 games, at least 9 games, probably Iowa State as well in the Big Ten. That would rank 127th in the country.
Yeah,
So
but
they're right on it.
Well, hold on a second. What are you talking about?
They had 284 yards of total offense Saturday.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm looking at last year's total offensive statistics. If they averaged 284 this year, last year that would have been 127th in the country.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think looking at last year's total season numbers is indicative of. Should be compared to 1 week's results.
Oh, I know it's a
well,
stretch,
I'm saying
but still that's what they produced, and that's about where that is going to be.
All I know is I was surprised when I went on. I looked up the total offensive rankings in the FBS after week 1, and I was like 110. Like they're higher than I thought they would be.
Yeah, they are
right,
110. But obviously, the outliers are going to be more egregious because it's only 1 week.
Say that again.
The averages, the more teams play, the averages are going to come together. The high end's going to suppress, the low end's going to drive up because obviously, it being only 1 week, the outliers are going to be enormous.
Well, I just thought it was interesting.
Oregon is not going to average 729 yards of offense.
Well,
this season.
Obviously, but didn't they play like the Citadel or something?
Yeah, they played an FCS team. And UCF 723. 2 teams are averaging over 700 yards per game.
But I guess the reason I bring that up is I couldn't believe that I saw Iowa State actually produce less total offense than Iowa did. So that's why scores can be deceiving. 30-9, they beat UNI 30-9. You look at that and you're like, 30-9, that sounds pretty good. That sounds a lot better than 24-14. How many yards did Iowa State have offensively?
250.
250. That's a pretty low output. They're playing an FCS team at home.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good FCS program, obviously, but
the lowest output of the week was, ironically, Indiana, 153.
Oh my gosh.
Which means Ohio State has the number 1 defense in the country after 1 week.
What? How is that possible? How did Indiana's defense hold down Ohio State's offense for a half? What in the world?
Ohio State didn't play well, for one thing. Indiana's defense played extremely well. Number 2, Ohio State was very different in its approach. They ran under center. They looked like Iowa. They ran a lot of tight formations with the quarterback under center, which they never do.
So are they just doing that? Or you think they're just doing that to keep the cards close to the vest?
Could be.
Because they know they can just go up and beat in. They know Indiana's equivalent of a G5 in their mind, so they can just go up there and.
But they have a new quarterback that they need to be.
Well, he's not, but that's true. And he's not a typical. He's not. How mobile is Kyle McCord?
He's in the Cade McNamara range.
So I made this comment to somebody over the weekend. And I'm sure you've had the same conversation. When's the last time you've had and I'm talking about Ohio State. Ohio State's had a pocket style immobile quarterback. Like CJ Stroud didn't move a lot. I get it. He's a pocket passer.
Yeah, but he showed. Yeah.
He was athletic enough. If
he showed.
He needed to move. He was mobile.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking like Terrell Pryor, RJ Barrett, Cardell Jones, again, more of a pocket guy.
Oh, but he was a tank in the open field.
Athletic.
Dwayne Haskins couldn't run.
He couldn't run?
It depends how far you're taking this example. I don't know who would win a foot race between, rest his soul. He's moved on, rest in peace to Dwayne Haskins, but between Haskins and Spencer Petras. Like, I'm guessing Haskins would win that race.
Is it fair to say, though, in general, Mark, that RJ Barrett, Cardell Jones, Dwayne Haskins.
JT Barrett. Yeah.
What did I just say?
RJ.
Are you sure it's not RJ?
I think I know.
Okay. JT Barrett, Dwayne Haskins, and Cardell Jones. Those three are like almost that middle tier of guys who are mobile. Like they're athletic enough to be mobile, but they prefer to stay in the pocket. Whereas you look at guys like Braxton.
JT Barrett was a runner. He could run. He wasn't like Michael Vick, but
right. Well, I'm thinking like the next level up for mobility would be like Braxton Miller, Terrell Pryor, Justin Fields. Like that's
sure.
Am I fair? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I would say JT Barrett could be in that class, but he would be on the low end.
So those are your two tiers of mobility, and Kyle McCord is like the next tier, right?
Yes, he's not.
So when's the last time you've had somebody else from that tier?
Probably Dwayne Haskins.
But I
don't even know if he was on that tier.
But we just said Dwayne Haskins would be in the Cardell Jones tier.
No. Depends how wide these tiers are. Cardell Jones would get out and he would truck some people. He could run.
Why couldn't Dwayne Haskins run?
He hated to run and he looked horrible trying to run.
Huh. I just don't remember that, but
yeah, he stood in the pocket.
Well, I do think it's going to be interesting to see what this offense looks like with McCord, but he's a 5-star. They recruited him. I mean, they're obviously not avoiding your prototypical pocket guys.
Yeah. They if it doesn't work out, they passed on Drew Aller. They didn't even recruit him. He was right in their backyard.
I didn't see really any of that West Virginia game, but I did see that his stats were really good.
He looked good.
But see, he's more of a pocket guy, isn't he?
And they took McCord over JJ McCarthy. Drew Aller. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So like Ohio State, for that history of those guys we just talked about that are mobile, who have they targeted recently? The big names? Kyle McCord, Drew Aller, Quinn Ewers. Like,
they didn't target Aller.
Oh, they didn't target him at all.
They passed on him.
Okay. Well,
and he's from Medina, Ohio. He's 45 minutes away.
Well, I'm just thinking though, like Quinn Ewers and Kyle McCord, both those guys again are, I don't want to say statuesque quarterbacks. They're not Spencer Petras, but I just find that interesting. Is that just kind of the luck of the draw of which guys have developed, you think, over the years, or is that a change in recruiting philosophy and how Ohio State looks at the quarterback position, targeting prospects?
Oh, Urban Meyer wanted an athletic quarterback.
So you're telling me that Ryan Day is you think he shifted that then?
Yeah. I don't know if he doesn't want an athletic quarterback.
It wasn't just Urban Meyer. It was also Jim Tressel, correct?
Yeah. Well, he had both. Well, his last few, Terrell Pryor, Troy Smith was a really athletic guy. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, if Ryan Day, if you're switching that up to try to be more pro style in your approach at quarterback, I just think that's not that I have any authority to be telling Ryan Day what to do, but that's an interesting experiment. I don't know why you do that really, but
the 21 class, quarterback class, Quinn Ewers number 1, Caleb Williams number 2, Drake May was at 4, JJ McCarthy at 6, Kyle McCord at 8, and maybe Aller. He must have been the next year. He must have been 22.
That's 21.
Yeah, that was 21. Who did Iowa grab? They grabbed
Joe
Labus at 28.
Where's Joe Labus?
28.
28th quarterback?
Yeah. So I wonder if they divided the two types of quarterbacks. I hope not. No, I think they've done away with dual threat, and I think they've merged these, I think. So Aller must be a 22. Yeah. He was in the 22 class. There he is, number 3. Oh, no, that's overall. That's overall player. Really? Wow. I can't believe they passed on him. That's what
What I want to know, can we address the real elephant in the room, Mark? How are there still 376 people watching at 2:30 in the morning?
I don't know. They are enamored with our discussion here.
And we assume that a lot of the people that were watching are East Coast people, because this was an ACC game.
Yeah.
Which means it's 3:30 on the East Coast right now.
Yeah, and most of the rest of my crowd is East Coast, I would think.
And we've been talking for the last 20 minutes about Ohio State, but Iowa.
And we've got our Pac-12 contingent here. Drew Aller, number 1, Cade Klubnik, who we saw tonight, number 2, and Devin Brown, the backup quarterback, or the guy battling McCord for the job right now, is 5th in the 22 class.
Okay.
So Aller, was the number 1 quarterback.
But again, Aller, he's not a mobile guy either. So
No. And I'm sure Iowa's got the approach to take one quarterback per class, correct? Just about everybody does
yeah,
that.
I don't know the last time that they've.
Who did they
taken
take
two.
in 22? I'm not seeing anyone.
Iowa
Yeah.
in 22.
Yeah.
That was Carson May.
Okay.
Oklahoma. He was a low 4, high 3.
Okay. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, so he was at 48, according to 247.
Yeah, I think 247 was lower on him than Rivals. Which, by the way, he's now at Coffeyville.
Oh, in Mississippi.
No, I think in Kansas.
Kansas. There's a Coffeyville in Mississippi. I guess it's
a powerhouse.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. He's not at Coffeyville. He went to Coffeyville and then he transferred. He transferred to Coffeyville after last season. Remember, he entered the portal after he didn't play in the bowl game. So like late December, early January, and then he committed to Coffeyville. I'm assuming he got there and enrolled for the spring semester, and then late spring, summer, he got an offer from Wyoming. So he's actually at Wyoming now.
Okay.
And I kept telling people when he went to Coffeyville, I said, don't assume people uneducated, uninformed fans, they make statements like, that means that the dude sucks and he's, shouldn't have ever been at a Power 5. That's got nothing to. I mean, obviously he's dropping down to a different level for different reasons, but he never even played at Coffeyville and he got an offer from Wyoming. So Wyoming, as you know, has some recent history of producing some quarterbacks.
You bet. And they had a big win on Saturday against Texas Tech.
Yes, they did. I didn't watch. Did you watch some of that game?
That, of course, was a late night deal, and we were here, and I pulled it up on my phone or on a laptop or something, and just I didn't know what was going on, but I saw that they were in overtime, and
so
yeah,
this should roll off your tongue quite easily. Power 5 conference that had the roughest weekend.
The Big 12.
Absolutely. Texas Tech goes down to Wyoming. Baylor goes down to who?
Texas State.
Texas State, the Bobcats.
Yes.
How did that happen?
TCU lost as a 21-point favorite.
Yeah.
West Virginia lost, although no shame in that. Yes, they lost.
No, but I'm guessing I'm guessing I didn't watch that game. I wanted to, but I'm guessing West Virginia looked the part.
Yeah.
They looked the part of another bad Big 12 team.
Yeah, they didn't get annihilated, but it was to kind of a slow. It was 31-7 at one point. Yeah. So I thought somebody else maybe in there. I guess that's it. I think the league went 8-6. There are 14 teams. They had some other losses in there. I might be wrong on that.
Have you discussed what you thought of Rutgers' performance yesterday?
I have not, but that game almost followed script as according to what I expected.
You thought there was a big gap between Rutgers and Northwestern?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just happened to predict a score on the Rutgers Northwestern game. Maybe somebody asked me or something, not to predict a score, but just what the game was going to look like, because I don't predict scores. I make my predictions against the spread and so forth. But I easily thought, okay, Rutgers is going to cover this 6-point spread. And I said, 24-9. And it was 24-7 only because Northwestern scored with seconds left to play. Which reminds me, I'm upset at Penn State because they scored to cover the spread with like 6 seconds left in the game. They didn't need to run a play. They they ran a play from like the 5-yard line and just had one of those like rugby, scrums that they just pushed the back across the goal line at the end of the game for a touchdown.
And how did you feel about that game being on CBS?
In terms of their production quality?
Well, I just thought it was an odd. I mean, we talked about this, but I just thought it was an odd double. They kept advertising, second part of our doubleheader on CBS is Oregon State and San Jose State.
Oh, you're back to the Rutgers Northwestern game.
Yes.
I was talking about Penn State covering the spread.
Oh, you were talking about West Virginia.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Rutgers Northwestern. Yeah, I came home close to halftime and I had the rest of the game on. I was somewhat paying attention. And then, yeah, I think it's kind of cool that college football has taken advantage of this open week before the NFL. Why not? Why not have 3 games on? Promote the sport.
And is there a Thursday night football game?
NFL.
In the NFL this week.
So there is the NFL opens, as you well know. And so college football is only playing like one really lousy game on. I think it's. Oh, shoot. I looked at this and there's one bad college football game on Thursday. It is.
Is it Austin P?
It is Louisville and Murray State.
Oh, okay.
Playing on the ACC network. And for as much as I love college football, I will not be watching that game. I will.
You're not going to watch that?
NFL.
Why? Why?
Because I'll be watching the NFL.
You're supposed to be the voice of college football, and you're watching the NFL over Louisville.
This will disappoint a lot of people, but I've already stated this a number of times. I'm usually watching the NFL on Thursday night over just about any college game. Anyway.
Well, there are not typically big college games on Thursday.
No, but there's usually a couple that are okay. For example, on Friday, this game interests me greatly. I posted a video sometime in the offseason to name this as one of the under the radar best matchups of the non-conference schedule: Illinois and Kansas.
Ooh, that is a fun sounding game.
Yeah.
Because Illinois, I didn't watch that. I had the post-game show, but Illinois, let's see, they won. Who did they beat?
Toledo.
That's a good Toledo team.
Yeah, they had to kick a field goal at the gun.
That's a good Toledo team. That's a tough schedule.
Yeah.
That's a difficult non-conference schedule for Illinois. So how did Luke Altmaier look?
I don't know. I flipped to that game very late because I was like, okay, this is a 20-19 game with like 3 minutes left. So I just saw the tail end of it. He did complete a pretty impressive like 4th and 18 to keep that drive alive with like a defender like right in his face. So he did that, but otherwise I didn't see.
Well, I'm happy for Brett Bielema.
I know you are.
Anyway.
We both like Brett.
Yes. Yep. I do like Brett. I didn't used to like Brett. I did not like Brett when he was at Wisconsin because that 2010 fake punt just stung badly. But I got a lot of respect for Brett. So, well, I'll let you get off of here, Mark. And I need to get some shut-eye as well. So
me as well. Yep. Thanks, Corey.
Yeah,
Thanks
we'll plan on talking to you tomorrow at 4:30 Central.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, Mark.
Yes, Corey and I get together for Hawkeyes Live. It's over on the Iowa channel every Tuesday. So we are in Tuesday. It's going to be a 4:30 Central Time, 5:30 Eastern. Let's clean up on these super chats. Thank you so much for them. Ben, subtle jabs, as Corey stated. We here at the Voice of College Football don't know what you are talking about. Taking some jabs at the Hawkeyes. It's easy to do, and it's fun. But I also respect the Hawkeyes. Wicked Bronco Productions. Appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much for that. LSU is like, thank you, Clemson, for talking the college football world's. Let me back up on this. I can't even see it. Okay, here we go. LSU is like, thank you, Clemson, for taking the college football world's mind off of us. Clemson looks like they will get rolled by Notre Dame and Florida State. I tried telling Clemson fans after they hyped up Cade for beating North Carolina that he wasn't that good. Well, that remains to be seen. But yeah, it did not look good tonight. Doesn't look good for those matchups against Florida State and Notre Dame. But anybody who's been watching college football like I have, and many of you for years and years and years, know things change. Things change. And again, I posted on Twitter tonight a number of examples of that. Teams that looked bad at one point early in the season, and then they were playing for national championships. So there's a long list of them. I only threw up about 10 or 12 of them. All right, everyone. Appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. We have a packed day tomorrow. I'm going to work on my top 25 that actually makes sense. That will be out soon. I only am going to debate myself now as to whether I'm going to cut that right now or wait till the morning. All right. So the top 25 that actually makes sense is coming out soon. Let's see elsewhere on Tuesday. I'll be doing a Michigan podcast with Steve Dace. So be looking out for that on the Michigan podcast channel. Let's see. Corey and I get together at 5:30 Eastern for Iowa, Nebraska at 7. And, oh, yeah, with everything going on with Colorado and all the hype concerning Deion Sanders and so forth, we have a Colorado writer joining us, and we're going to go live at 4 Eastern to talk Colorado football. So how about that? And I think that's pretty much it. We're also debuting a new show. That's right. No, that's on Wednesday. No, that's on Tuesday. Debuting a new show at 6:30 Eastern called The Biggest 12, anchored by Clint Foster. That's going to be on the main channel. That's also going to be over on the Big 12 channel. So Clint Foster, The Biggest 12. I think you can fill it in from there. You can go and comment to Clint about the disastrous start of the Big 12's 2023 season. Right here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate you being here. We will see you on Tuesday with the top 25 that actually makes sense. All right. My apologies. We can't let a super chat go by. We've got Wicked Bronco Productions coming back with NGL. You're going to have to fill me in. I don't know what that acronym means. NGL. Yeah. I'd rather have Spencer Petras over Cade Klubnik. Dude looked lost and scared of Duke. I don't think you'd want Spencer Petras. I don't know that you've watched enough Iowa football. I was not impressed with him against Tennessee or Notre Dame last year. Even Drew Pine had 4 touchdown passes against North Carolina last year. Told you so, Clemson. There it is. Okay. Yeah, Cade Klubnik did not look good against Notre Dame, Tennessee, or Syracuse, any of the action from last year. But hey, they rode with him, and he's a 5-star, and they believe that they can make something out of him. Remains to be seen. Looked good at times. You know, the receivers are not that good at Clemson, so that has a lot to do with it. Much like DJ Uiagalelei. That was much of his issues. Yes, everybody piled on DJ, but and he wasn't great at Clemson. Did improve from 9 touchdowns, 10 picks to 22-9 the next year, last season. But that was wide receiver issues. And there were wide receiver issues tonight. Nobody separated for the most part. And I can recall a few drops. There are always going to be drops, but there should be 2 or 3 in a game. There shouldn't be 5, 6 drops. But yeah, Klubnik's going to need to get better. They've got Florida State coming up, who looks like a complete wrecking crew through one game. All right, folks, appreciate you being here. Top 25, that actually makes sense.